So here we are again, some of us anyway. Very nice to be back here. We have a bit of time today and tomorrow morning to look at the nature of experience in accordance with the Dzogchen tradition. In the field of Tibetan Buddhism is very large, and there are many different ways of presenting the teachings. Traditionally, this is not seen as a problem because in order to understand ourselves, if we just take up one particular fixed view and look very, very hard from that, we're likely to get an intense illumination of certain aspects. In fact, it's rather more useful to walk around ourselves in various ways and to use different vantage points to illuminate different things about our condition. So it's not so much about looking for the truth or falsity of some dogmatic positioning, but more to try to be in touch with our own existence, how we experience our lives, and through that to see what we're up to. How is it that we go about being more open, and how is it that we go about being more closed? The basic notion is that the ground of our being, or the basis of our existence, or who we actually are, or the nature of our mind, is actually an openness which is uncatchable, indefinable. We are not a thing. We're alive. That aliveness is experienced by us as a ceaseless flow of events. We know we're alive because something's happening. In fact, many things are happening. Who is that happening to? To us. So, who are we? That's the essential area of inquiry. By trying to catch the moment of our subjectivity as it arises. That's to say, by being able to experience ourselves in the moment of having experiences, catching what it's like just to be here, present now, in the moment as it unfolds, we start to see that the one who has this experience is not a thing. That at the heart of our being is an open spaciousness. This spaciousness has an enormous potential to manifest in many different ways. We already know this about our lives. We've all been many, many different people at different stages of our lives. We've had different kinds of sensation when we've been healthy or sad, when we've been youthful and full of energy, or as we get older having less energy, sometimes no pain, sometimes pain. We've had all kinds of emotions. We've had so many different kinds of thoughts, hopes and fears, aspirations, and so on. All of these have been ourselves at one time, as we've identified with this flow of experience. So, clearly, we have a capacity to manifest in many, many different ways. The richness of that capacity is often not really appreciated by us, because we're just kind of chugging along in our lives, trying to hold it together, and there's so many different things to do, and you have to take care of family or work, or you've got to remember to do something in the garden, and then you remember you didn't put any seeds out for the birds, and this and that. And a lot of the time we stand in relation to ourselves through the medium of anxiety. I've got to get it done. There are so many demands coming at me. Just to tilt that view slightly, we can see, oh, in the course of a day, how many different ways I manifest. I am called into being by these situations, and this allows the unfolding of my potential in many, many different ways. This is something quite amazing. The heart of Buddhism is really just to recognize that. the foundational idea is impermanence. If we're trying to hold on to our lives and keep it safe and build up structures inside which we can sit and know what's going on, the fact of impermanence can be very troubling. We feel that all that we've tried to do to build ourselves up and make our world safe is under attack. For example, in the mental health department where I work, we're facing a lot of cuts, and the unit that I'm in is likely to be closed down, and we'll have to go and work somewhere else. This brings a lot of turmoil. Because, of course, when you go into a workplace, it's not just a matter of sitting in a room and doing what you have to do, but there's an identification. There's a sense, this is my world. What is my entitlement to say this is my world? None whatsoever, because if the employer who has power over me tells me I've got to go somewhere else, then my world is wherever I'm sent. That doesn't feel so nice, does it? Much nicer to think, no, I can live life on my terms. This is where I feel at ease. This is where I know what's going on. And then it's under attack. Why am I not being allowed to continue to have the life I know I should have? Why should I have it? Because it's good and it makes me feel good. These are two aspects of life that are of no interest at all to middle management in the NHS. They are not there to maintain my happiness, nor to support me in my notion of what is good practice. So, inside the bubble that's set up when life goes on reasonably undisturbed for a while, we develop a notion, this is it. This is life. This is good. I know where I am. I know what I'm doing. And then suddenly a wind blows across it. It could be the wind of international finance, the world of unemployment, the world of sickness. Some kind of other world will be blown across ours and flatten off many of the things that we believe are, as it were, permanent. Permanent because we've become used to them and they seem valid in themselves. Why would anyone want to change them? When we have that sort of thought, which I think is very usual, we're actually inside a set of blinkers and we're seeing a particular frame of reference in which we have a sense of the variables. But our little worlds or systems are always niched inside much bigger systems. And because of that, movements far, far away can suddenly bring about big changes to where we are. So, on the level of identification, of believing that we know what's what, these changes are very alarming. However, if we attend to how our life actually is, to the phenomenology of existence, to how we reveal ourselves moment by moment, we're always changing. So there's something strange there. I'm always changing, and yet I'm frightened of change. So there's a two-way movement here. As long as the change is coming out of me, as long as I am performing the changes, that can feel quite validating. But if the change is coming at me, it feels like an attack. Well, why is it an attack? Why is it that although I'm able to respond in many different ways, and there's actually quite a deliciousness in that, because we come to see different aspects of ourselves only in the moment that we can manifest them, and we can only manifest them if we have new situations. If life is the same every day, you're just making use of a rather narrow band of your total spectrum of possibilities. But the new invitation, or as we might experience it, demand, feels threatening. This is where we see the power of attachment. Attachment, from the Buddhist point of view, is very powerful and potentially dangerous phenomena, because it's the attempt to maintain the present in terms of the past. As it was before, so it should be now and into the future. because only the stabilization of the aspects of experience can give me a reassuring sense of who I am. Therefore, holding on to things is good and will make me feel safe. Being opened into the flow of experience is likely to make me feel less good. This is the point where meditation can be useful, because it's a way of spending time with our mind and starting to see more precisely the shift between being relaxed, open, accepting of the flow of whatever's happening, and closing down and trying to control the nature of our experience. I would suggest to you that we move all the time between these two polarities, between being willing to welcome new things, arriving in a place like this, greeting people, it's a nice experience. How are you? There's a kind of warmth and open-heartedness that goes with it. And then at a certain point we kind of feel we've had enough and we want to consolidate and go back into our little place. How does that come about? Only we can understand that. We have to look at our own mind in action, observing what is the nature of this opening and what is the nature of the closing. The topic that we're going to be focusing on is about illusion. And illusion is a very important idea in Buddhist thought, also in many schools of Hindu thought. Illusion here means not that the world is some kind of fantasy, but rather that we assume that the world, our experience, these streets in Macclesfield, each other, we assume that all these phenomena are constituted in ways in which they are not constituted. That is to say, when we see people, when we see this building, the cars outside and so on, we imagine that there are truly existing phenomena. A car is a car is a car, a house is a house is a house. Each of us are ourselves. We see people we haven't seen for a while. As soon as we see their posture, the shape of their hair and so on, we recognize them. That's John or whoever. They are that person. On one level, of course, it's true. There is a continuity of pattern which allows an identification. Our lives would be impossible if we couldn't recognize common phenomena. The point where that Buddhism would indicate is erroneous is where we assume that the continuity of recognition, our capacity to see things as the same, is arising on the basis of the object being truly internally defined as the same. Now, when we meet people here, say for example, who we haven't seen for a while, we say, "How are you?" How are you is a very interesting question, because it carries in it the implicit possibility that the other person is not the same as they were when we last saw them. And generally speaking, of course, we're not the same. If we haven't met for 6 months or a year, many things will have happened. What is the same and what is different? That's always, again, this kind of fulcrum point or cusp. Do we go with the sameness, that we know roughly who people are, or we know how the building works, or we know a little bit of the streets of Macclesfield, and therefore the continuity of the possibility of recognition gives us a sense of prediction, which carries with it a sense of being an intelligent, conscious agent, which carries with it the sense, I can live life on my terms. I know what's what. A sense of individuality, autonomy, and power. But of course, many things have changed in people's lives, and we don't know these things. So, if we go into the detail is always changing. If we go into the meta view, the overarching view, it stays the same. So I could say, I've come back to Macclesfield. That's true. This place is called Macclesfield. But since I was last in Macclesfield, there have been a lot of Macclesfields. All of these Macclesfields, different in their many ways, in terms of climate, who was on the streets, what buildings are occupied or not occupied, whether the population are happy or sad, how many new people have gone into the cemetery, how many new babies have been born. All this Macclesfielding of Macclesfield is hidden when we say, oh, I'm back in Macclesfield. It's nice to be here. Where? In Macclesfield. So from the Buddhist point of view, this is very, very important, because we can see how the assumptive power, the grasping at the world, the wrapping of this vibrant quality of presentation of what's going on, the actuality of being alive and experiencing this particular day in Macclesfield, with this particular quality of dampness in the air, this particular coloration of the clouds. This is it. This is what we've got. We've no idea. We could all be dead by the afternoon. Possible. If you're living in Afghanistan, bomb can go off, you're all zonked out. So we have at this moment our unique, specific experience of being here together. If we stay with that and we look around the room, we see lots of things. We see all these people. If we were to try to describe all these people, it would take a very long time. There is a lot going on. So maybe after the weekend somebody says, what happened? Oh, there are quite a lot of people there. Everybody is being subsumed into quite a lot of people. But each of us is unique in our posture, in the kind of clothing we have. These particularities are the expression of our being, an unrepeatable being, because we're never going to be at this moment again. It's impossible. Time is moving on. We won't be sitting in this way. We won't be with this particular patterning of sensation, thought, feeling, posture, gesture. This is a one-off, and then a one-off, and then a one-off. And yet, we have the continuity. And this is the area where, if you stay with the freshness of the unfolding experience, the quality of contact with the complexity of the field brings us into a place of responsivity. That is to say, we can only respond to what is here because we can't know what is here. However, if you stay with your familiar conceptualization, I know where I am, I know some of the people here, I've met some of the people here before, then on the basis of that habitual interpretation and assumption, I can feel empowered to act. In a Taoist system, these two modes would be roughly put into the families of yin and yang. The yang is the way in which form comes into the world, manifesting shape, agency, and particularized movement. And yin is more the receptive field of awareness which registers the infinite complexity of occurrence. These two have to be balanced. If they're split apart, you get a disjunction. For us, in the kind of lives that we're leading, mainly we've been on the yang side. This is a very yang kind of culture. It's very driven by the need to achieve things, to have something to say about ourselves, if we're not able to define our existence, we can often feel quite troubled. So the meditation, and we'll come into that in shortly this morning, the meditation is designed to bring a kind of rebalancing, to allow us to have a more conscious awareness of, or regrounding in, or integration of the open dimension of our being, the unformedness which is at the heart of all the forms that we take up. Why would we do that? Because if you're always on the level of form, and form is trapped in with form, you'll get friction. When forms are put together, they start to encounter each other, and that movement together generates heat and generates wear and tear. And most of us, I think, have experienced a fair degree of wear and tear in our existences. It has not all been easy. And one of the reasons it's not easy is, of course, there's a lot of shit about. That's just basic. Apart from that, it's how we position ourselves in relation to the form. If we take the moment by moment manifestations as very important, and if we've got a sense I should be in charge of my life, then we're condemned to be forever trying to impose our will on a shifting situation. And life is so complex that we can be blown off course very easily. So this struggle to engage, to make a mark, to organize, to plan, to manage, leads us into conflict with the actual movement of the flow of experience. Now, of course, there are many things that have to be done. You've got to get your tax return in on time. If you've got kids, you've got to get them to school. You've got to get the shopping done, and so on. That can be done, again, with the sense that the world is coming at us and making lots of demands. And so our compliance carries a feeling tone of resistance. Why should I have to? I don't want to. That's already a kind of glue, isn't it? Here's something which is not all that difficult to do, and if I did it, it would just be another thing that's happened and it would go by, but I don't want to do it. So I think about it and I put it off, but I know it's there. And I'm sticking myself onto this thing which is now oppressing me. That's got an extra bit of wear and tear. That is to say, in my resistance to the necessity of doing this task, I'm stepping out of time. The moment where it could be done easily and quickly has been displaced into the future. I'll do it later, because it's going to spoil me as I am now. And because it's in the future, I'm also being hooked into the future. So the future is now full of things which I have to do, which I don't really want to do. So I've put them into the future in order to ring fence the present, because I don't want it to be oppressed. But the enemy's hovering over the hill, and it's getting closer. So again, you can build quite a bit of dread into your life around that. It's like going to the dentist, maybe in the summer. And so, how to stay in time? Well, usually it's easiest to do things if they feel easy. So the key thing is not to make too much at stake in whatever we do. In general Buddhist writings and in Dzogchen, you find a lot of discussion of the nature of equanimity, of having a balanced attitude to all experience, to trying to hold an openness to the people we would call friends, and an equal openness to the people we might think of as enemies. People we want to be close to, people we don't want to be close to. It's the same. How can it be the same when I like some people and I don't like other people? Liking and not liking is a way of making special. It's like taking a piece of paper and pushing the sides in so that the paper contours. The flat surface of the paper, if you imagine I had a piece of paper and I just squeezed the ends in, it would start to bend up in the middle. That contouring of the world in which some things become special and some things are not is something we do all the time. Certain foods we like or don't like, certain clothes we like or don't like, certain things on television we like or don't like. We make choices. We make choices to customize the world, to make it as far as possible on our terms. But what that's essentially doing is taking in the things we like and trying to push away the things we don't like. That requires a lot of effort, because the world is constantly recontouring itself around us. You find something you really like, and you go back to the shop to get another one, and they don't sell it anymore. This is why I tend to buy 3 of the same shirt. As soon as I find one, those stacks of stuff. So, this vanishing of possibilities in the world means I have to try something new. But I don't want something new. I don't want it. This has a little echo of being 3 years old. You know, it's very easy to enter into a temper tantrum about our existence. It's not fair. Absolutely correct. It's not fair. But I want it to be fair. Tough shit. It's not fair. Well, that's dreadful. I think the Prime Minister should be involved. That is truly shocking. We only really become adults when we realize that the world isn't fair, and we start to hang on to the implications of that. That in every town there's a hospital, and some people are dying now. And some of the people who will be dying in this local hospital will be children. That's shocking. And it is shocking. And in many ways it's very good that we're shocked that that happens. Because it can shock us into a sense of, oh, it's not happy families. It's not that you're born and you have a good life and then when you're old and tired you die. All sorts of winds can blow across our lives, moving them in different directions. The world is unpredictable. Now that, when we really open ourselves to that, is shocking and terrifying. And we don't want it to be that way. How to deal with the anxiety that creates, the sort of existential anxiety? Well, we can reassert control. In order to control things, we have to know what they are. So we live in a time of information technology, which gives people infinite amounts of knowledge, of basic information about things in the world. When you know about things, you can act on them. You can exert your will and make them do what you want. However, the knowledge that we have about something is always out of date. So you can read a guide to a restaurant, or you might be thinking of a holiday. So you read some guides to what might be a nice place to have a holiday. But the notes that people have made about that hotel were made 6 months ago. When you get to the hotel, maybe the owner died and someone else has taken it over, and it's terrible. Your guidebook is telling you something very accurate about history. But you don't buy the guidebook for history, you buy it for the future. But a book can't tell you about the future, and it tells you about a past you can't go to. Because you can't, this summer, you can't go to Lanzarote last year. Lanzarote last year is gone. You go to Lanzarote this year, and nobody knows anything about Lanzarote this year. That's quite something. That's quite something. So this endless obsession with people Googling this and Googling that and getting, how is it, how is it, how is it? You know, these things get out of date. Even these little much enthusiastic about Buddhism. After some time, their enthusiasm for Buddhism diminished. And they have some trace of their connection, which allows some degree of continuity. But it's hanging on an ever-increasingly thinning thread. That's dependent co-origination. So whether this building will be able to be used for a long time in the future is uncertain. The fact that it has value, that it has function, that it's appreciated, is not a sufficient guarantor of its continuity. So impermanence is the quality of the dynamic flow of experience. That's essentially what it means. Experience is dynamic, but conceptualization, because it rests on abstractions, tends to take a view which is outside time. The search for eternal truths. From the point of view of Buddhism, there are no eternal truths which can be spoken. Emptiness is an eternal truth, but you can't really say anything about it. That is to say, whatever comes into this world is going to be in interaction with other aspects of this world, and therefore is bound to change. It's just bound to change. Therefore, stabilization is impossible, and this is a main reason for impermanence, and for the link between impermanence and suffering. The third factor, the anatta, or the absence of inherent self-nature, means that whatever we see is a manifestation of field factors and not of an internal essence. So, I am James, and there are certain patterns and ways of my being which are recognizable to people who know me. Does that mean that there is some essence of James inside me? We know that if you take a lemon and you squeeze it, you get the lemon juice, and you could say that's the essence of the lemon. Or you can take wine and distill it and make brandy. And you could say that the brandy is a more essential form of the potential of the wine, and that the wine is a more essential form than the grapes that were on the vine. In each stage of that process, you're taking something which has a diffused intensity of flavor, color, and so on, and by compressing it and throwing out what is seen as inessential, something more essential is arrived at. Do we have such an essence? From the Buddhist point of view, they would say we don't. What we are is a particular constellations of patterning. That we have aspects or ingredients, and these ingredients come together in particular patterns according to our interaction with the environment. So we're like a kind of kaleidoscope. The events of the world give the kaleidoscope a turn, and we show that pattern. So we meet people and they tell us a happy story and we feel happy. Their story has just turned the kaleidoscope. Then somebody else tells a sad story, somebody's sick or whatever, and the kaleidoscope's turned again, and we feel differently. If we're very connected with the sad story, our breathing is going to change. Our posture will change. The tone of voice that we have will change. The feelings inside will change. The kind of thoughts we have will change. That is to say, we will be reconstituted. The aspects of ourselves will come together in a different pattern by that interchange. Now, That's a very different model, I would suggest, than our ordinary way of thinking about it. Mainly, I think, we imagine we're like a piece of bread. Onto the bread you could put butter, or margarine, or tahini, or hummus, or marmite, or jam. There's 1,000 things you can put on a bit of bread. I'm me, and sometimes I feel happy. Sometimes I feel sad. So the world takes a big spoon of something, dollops it on us, and spreads it on the surface. And that's there for a while, and then it goes. But underneath, I'm just me. From the Buddhist point of view, that is a false understanding. That there isn't a fixity of ourselves. What we have is the reiteration or the repetition of storylines whereby we speak ourselves into the continuity of ourselves. And we do this primarily by relying on the power of the first person singular. I am, I feel. And by repeating this again and again, every time we use a sentence with I, it is as if there is a stable entity which is being referred to as I. I feel tired, I feel hungry, I feel happy, I feel I need to go to the toilet, I feel bored. Each of these are qualities or experiences that are happening to me. Me indicates the continuity of this thing that I am, which is influenced and touched and, if you like, molded by events, but nonetheless remains the same. If you imagine a piece of clay, reasonably workable clay, soft and moist, every time you put your hand onto it, it leaves an impact, it leaves a mark. The clay distorts itself according to the pressure and the turn of your hand. But the clay is the clay. You could keep moving it and keep moving it for half an hour, but at the end, the mass of the clay would be the same as at the beginning. A little bit might be on your fingers, but not much. We'd say basically the clay is unchanged by these manipulations. The form that the clay is showing has changed, but the clay itself remains the same. And I think that's often how we think about ourselves. In the course of my life, so many things have happened to me. Sometimes I've been like this, sometimes I've been like that. And here I am, still the same old me. It's not true. It's not true. What is this real continuity? Buddhism certainly would be stupid to deny that there's any continuity, because we can remember our lives, certainly bits of it. There is continuity, but the continuity is not the continuity of an essence, but of the patterning of the manifesting of our potential. That is to say, due to various circumstances, we have been able to express ourselves in different ways. So if you grew up in a household that was a bit strict and controlling, and you learned to mind your P's and Q's, that builds a particular hesitancy into your way of being in the world. There's a kind of anxiety about getting it wrong. And that personality trait usually continues quite long into life. If you've grown up in a family where there was a lot of permission to do as you choose, that's going to have probably given you a freedom of exuberant expression, and that trait is likely to continue. Is that particular orientation of your personality arising from something you brought into the world? Well, some people who take a very reductive reading of DNA would say it is. It's developed out of particular genetic patterning. But the likelihood of being able to prove that is very, very small. Rather, we see there is a potential, and the potential has come into a conversation with the mood of the environment, and the potential has taken on particular patterns of responding according to the causes and conditions of our family, our school, and so on. So, these patterns feel like me. They are me. This is how I am, how I show myself, how I can be known to other people, because this is what I'm presenting. And yet, this essential me was interpersonally formed. It hasn't come up from some kind of seed like a plant. It's come about through interaction with a particular environment. And if we had been born in different families, we would have developed in different ways. So that's very, very important to see, oh, what I take to be essential about myself actually is not. This is the absolute basis of change in psychotherapy. One of the main forms of resistance to change is the belief that I am what I am. This is me. If somebody strongly has that view, it's very difficult to help them, because they just are convinced, how could I be anything other than myself? Most psychotherapies spend some time looking at the development of patterns through childhood experience. And the purpose of that is to say, this has arisen due to causes and circumstances. It is not innate, it is not essential, but as it manifests currently as who you are, it is impactful on the environment and elicits certain kinds of response, which you can take to be confirming that this is indeed the definitive notion of who you are. So, for example, if you grow up in a very, what should we call it, dysregulated family, where your behavior becomes chaotic because the parental influence was chaotic, as you bring your chaos out into the world, most people will be a bit wary of that, and so you get quite a lot of rejection, and then you feel, I'm being rejected, nobody likes me, there's something wrong with me, I'm bad. Well, there is something wrong with you, which is you're not very good at regulating your behavior in the social field, so you bang into other people. That is behavioral. It doesn't speak of any essence at all. But once you put it in the distillation machine, and you get drop, drop, drop of this moralized essence, I am a bad person, I am unlovable, nobody likes me, that creation of these core negative beliefs creates a sense of the impossibility of change. So this is what the absence of inherent self-nature in Buddhism is looking at as one of its aspects. There is no defining essence, but patterns have both continuity and impact. You can change the pattern, you can diminish its impact, and you can change its trajectory. Who is the one who can do that? Yourself. You can only make the change if you believe that yourself is a potential and not an essence. Do you see? This is the point where we have to stand in relation to ourselves. We have to keep an eye on ourselves. We have to see what we're up to and think, oh, I'm running the same old story again. On the basis of that belief, people don't like me, or I don't know what to say, or I'm socially anxious, or I can't dance. On the basis of this belief, I'm making decisions about how close I go to other people or how far away. And because this pattern is being repeated again and again, it seems to be true in itself. But it's only true performatively or repetitively. That's the essential beginning of freedom. If I don't keep repeating it, it won't be happening. That's fairly simple. So, when a little child is picking its nose, please don't do that. Please don't do that. But I have to do something like that. You don't know, you can have a handkerchief. No, but I have to. And I like doing it, and I might even eat it. That is somebody identified with something because it feels like them. Just like sucking a thumb. It's easier to spot these things in children because they're very kind of naked in displaying themselves. But we all have these kind of patterns on more subtle levels, like how we like to make our cup of tea, how we like to have a bath, how high the water should be, what temperature the water should be, and so on. And this sort of ritualizing of existence is a way of confirming this is who I am. In fact, what it's confirming is the repetition of a pattern. So, again, if we look, say, at these flowers, these are arising due to dependent co-origination. Because there is a market for flowers, there are people who produce flowers. So they produce them in some other country or under particular condition. They're either grown in some heated greenhouse or they're coming in from a country which is warm enough to allow roses and so on to blossom at this time. Many things go into that. Aeroplanes, for example. So nowadays we get flowers often coming from Africa. If you didn't have reasonably cheap cargo flights, you wouldn't be able to have these flowers at a price that people are likely to pay. So you have the history of aviation, you have the nature of exchange agreements, currency exchanges and so on between African countries and Britain. You have the development of markets. I would imagine these are probably more likely to be grown, if they do come from Africa, in a country which is one of our old colonies than in a country which is a former French colony, because there would be particular kinds of trade links and so on. So when we look into what something is, we see embedded in it are many, many pathways and tracks of interaction. And the flowers being here is a manifestation of an incredibly complex sequence of events. When we take our scissors and cut around the flowers, we make them self-existing entities. Oh, these are nice roses. They are what they are. But they're only here because of all these invisible circumstances. And this is the same for every kind of phenomena, whether it's the shape of our body, whether it's the amount of education we have, whether it's our particular neurotic patterns, whether it's our hopes and fears. All of these are patterns which have arisen in relation to the environment. They don't speak of any true defining essence within them. The more we see that, the world is both less reliable, because things aren't what they appear to be, and yet it's also more amenable to our interaction. Because if there is a plasticity in the world, if the world is movable, then we can participate in something which shifts. When the world is very fixed, it's much more difficult to know how to do that. So, for example, when I was a child in Glasgow, if you went into a park, there were always these men wandering around with whistles, the parkie. And as soon as you went on the grass or tried to climb a tree, they'd blow the whistle and shout at you, and you had to leave the park. This was not much fun, because their job was to protect the grass. As we know, grass is extremely fragile and sensitive and gets very upset when people walk on it. That was a particular social construct at that time. Probably in the whole of Britain now you won't find any parks where people are not allowed to walk on the grass. Has something changed in the nature of grass? Has it suddenly become more robust? Has it developed ego strength and resilience? Has it had psychotherapy? The grass has been reframed according to shifts in the culture. So what is permissible at one period is not permissible at another. There's no essence in the grass. There's no essence in the function of the park attendant. These things are being defined and redefined endlessly in this process of the evolution of the culture. How shall I behave? This is a central question. What can I rely on? Buddhism generally begins with the taking of refuge. That we want to find something we can hold on to. Why? Because the phenomena in the world, or samsara, are very unreliable. They don't have any truth to them. What is it in Dharma or Buddhism that is reliable? It is emptiness. The Buddha is the Buddha because he understood emptiness. The Dharma is the Dharma because, or the truth or the path, because it speaks of emptiness. And the Sangha are useful because they understand something about emptiness. So, what is emptiness? Emptiness means simply that you can't find any essence in anything. It's empty of essence. It's empty of internal self-definition. So when we look at the roses, just as when we looked at the statue before, we see yellow roses in a vase. The yellowness of the rose is in the rose. But we are saying yellow. And for each of us, the color yellow will have different connotations. For some, this yellow might feel quite warm. For others, it might feel quite cold. We will have our own aesthetic response to what is there. Now, again, going back to the clay or the piece of bread, do we say, but the roses are there. I quite accept that you are entitled to have your own opinion, your own response to the rose, but that's something which is being projected onto the rose. The rose exists, and then you wrap it around with your interpretation. From the point of view of emptiness, this only goes halfway. Actually, there is nothing there. What appears for us is a constructed experience, and without our participation, there wouldn't be a yellow rose. That the yellow rose has a significance that comes into the world or reveals itself according to our interaction with it. In Indian philosophy, there's a very old question: if a tree falls in a forest and nobody hears it fall, does it make a sound? If there is no ear to hear, what is a sound? Because a sound is an experience registered by somebody who hears it. Without hearing, there is no sound. It's an assumption, an inference. Having heard trees fall and the thump that they make when they hit the ground, I can infer that that tree will make a thumping sound when it hits the ground, therefore it made a sound. That's a mental construction. You can only know if it makes a sound if you hear it, because sound without hearing is
not sound.
It's not sound. It's not sound. Just as if we close our eyes and we don't see what's in the room, the quality of the room as revealed through our eyes is missing for us. You can say it's there, but it's irrelevant, because this room is experience, and each of us has our own unique experience of the room, according to where we're sitting, whether in a chair or on the floor, according to whether we've been here before or not, according to our own stories of making sense of environments. So emptiness doesn't mean there is nothing there. It means what we exist in is a world of appearance. And that appearance arises as experience, and there are no entities involved. That is to say, reification, the mental process of creating entities, is not just applied to abstractions, but applies to everything in the world. So, for example, if you were doing, a degree in philosophy and you had a section on ethics, you might have an essay to write on what is love. So you can read lots of books about love. Love is da-da-da-da-da. Aquinas says love is da-da-da-da-da. And we're talking about love. Where do you find love? What shops sell love? What museums have little exhibits of love so you can go and test whether your concept fits it? You know, we have the national measurement of the yard, and you can go to the place where it's kept, and this is the definitive notion of what is a yard. But love is not like that. So we, with our minds, talk of love as if it's a motor car or an orange. But even if you say an orange, then what kind of orange? What family of orange? Or this orange? So when you look at an orange, is the orangeness of the orange revealed in what you see or in what you know about it? Once you start putting the stories onto the orange, you're turning it into a thing as a member of a particular family of fruit that's been highly developed and cultivated by human beings. There is no essence to the orange. Traditional Indian examples for this are the banana tree. If you've ever seen a banana tree, it's made up of layers and layers. It's a bit like, they also use the example of the onion. When you slice into an onion, there is no big seed in the middle, like in an avocado. There is just layer after layer of onioning. So what is the heart or center or essence of the onion? The onion is the operating together of these various layers of this fiber holding in the moisture. You can't find an inside essence to the onion. In the same way, with the flowers, you can't find an essence. We could start to take the petals off one of the rose to find out what's in the middle. And then we see this the stamen and so on. But then we don't have the rose. The rose is the co-presencing of all the elements of the rose. When these factors are operating together, we have what we call a rose. In the same way, with our bodies, does the body have an essence? Clearly we have vital organs. If the liver collapses, that's a big problem. If the kidneys go, big problem. The heart, the brain, and so on. There are certain things we can't do without. You can lose a foot, and if you get some treatment early enough, you won't die. But there are critical organs which, if you lose them, you vanish. Could you say they are the essence of who you are? They are an important part of it. Their functioning is important. Now, the heart goes pum pum, pum pum, pum pum. If it stops doing that, it's not much use. So, the heart is a function, the liver is a function, the kidneys are a function, the brain is a function. What we call our body is a complex field of functioning, that is to say, of processes of communication. you can look at it in terms of things. You can say, this is the liver, this is the heart, and you can see drawings of a heart, and you can see descriptions of the importance of electric currents and so on, disorders of the heart. There are many medical textbooks on that. But the heart, as it's in our body, is a function linked to other functions. The body itself is a communicative system, but it's not a closed system. It's an open system. So breathing in and out, the pores of the skin, information coming through the senses, food and liquid through the mouth, urine and feces going out for excretion. This is the movement of the body. The body is a dynamic site of participation in the environment, itself a dynamic unfolding. Does that seem to make sense? That's if you like, a reasonable working description of our existence, which doesn't require any notion of entities, of things. We're not a thing, and because we're not a thing, we can't be grasped. When you grasp, when you become attached to a process or an unfolding as if it was constituted out of things. So some people here will have children, and you can say, my children. What does that mean? They're off doing something. What are they doing? They're doing what they like. But they're my children. If I have my watch, I would be very angry if it started to jump about. So, actually, I have much more ownership over my watch than my children. But I don't talk about my watch in the way I might talk about my children. So the very notion of saying my children, all it does is it connects me with systems in the world that are somewhat unpredictable. And their unpredictableness makes some disturbance in my life, some of which is pleasant and some of which is unpleasant. So there we have the interaction of dynamic unfolding systems in the world, and then we're gone. We're here for a while, and then we vanish. So is there anything inside us which is a truly essential me? This defines who I am. From the point of view of emptiness, which is elaborated in the Heart Sutra, and we can touch on it a little later, the point is that there is no essence. And yet, here we are. This is something miraculous. How can I be appearing, showing, engaging with others, and yet have no definable, definite point inside? Well, it's like the rainbow in the sky. Due to these factors of the way the sun is coming, the rain or the small drops of moisture, the light is refracted through that and creates the impact of the rainbow. You can't say that a drop of water is the essence of the rainbow. You can't say that the sunlight is the essence of the rainbow. The rainbow has no essence, but it manifests. Similarly, we manifest in the same way. We don't have a real self, or a true self, or an authentic self. What we have is a wide range of participative possibilities which are more or less able to manifest depending on whether we can be at home in the arising of our potential, which is linked to whether our potential is grounded in its own spaciousness. That is to say, the emptiness of the mind, the fact that it's not a thing, ungraspable, and we'll look at this more directly in meditation later. The ungraspability of the mind, or in other languages, openness, gives rise to the possibility of being many kinds of people. And this potential, or this range of possibilities, is then free to manifest if we don't restrict it. So if I have a strong, defining, if you like, essential view of myself, if I think I am shy, or I'm very hungry, I'm very greedy, or whatever it would be, that definition is going to influence how I can manifest in the world. So if I'm very greedy, I need to have more than other people, because I have more need. So I always need to know what will be available. The aunt of a friend of mine, whenever she went traveling, she would take 5 packets of chocolate biscuits and bars of chocolate, because she said, if you go to stay with friends, you never know how they're going to feed you. So in that sense, she knew what she was like. And in order to continue her sense of being who she was, she had to know she would be able to eat chocolate when she wanted. And therefore, going into an environment in which the provision of chocolate was in question created a fundamental anxiety at the core of her being. Luckily, a large suitcase helped. But we all do similar things. We look for particular repeated patterns to confirm the continuity of our existence as something, as someone. I know I'm me because this is how I feel inside. But of course, our lives hit crisis. Bad things happen to us. We get sick, or the kids get in trouble, or we lose our jobs, or trouble in the relationship. And then suddenly we are somebody who we don't feel like. I'm not me anymore. This shouldn't be happening to me. Then we become alienated from the actual nature of our existence, because our definition of who we are and the ways that we have of proving to ourselves that we are who we are is now not available to us because something else is happening. And as some of us have looked before in this room, that's where we have this conflict between the map in our head, the map that shows us the pathways of our life, and what's actually in front of us. And when the map doesn't fit the territory, there's only 2 choices. Keep reading the map and not look where you're going, or look where you're going and see that the map doesn't fit, and become a map maker.
Where is that greediness that you talk about? Who is the one who's having that experience of being greedy? The characteristic of greediness? Who's the one who sees the rainbow?
Well, clearly we are seeing the rainbow. So in that moment we have to look into ourselves. For example, we can do it in this room just now. All of us are kind of here in our senses. We're all seeing something. All of us, I think, can say, I am aware of being in this room. We can bring many opinions onto that. I like being in this room, I don't like being in this room, the air's getting a bit stale in this room, or the lighting's a bit funny, or the seat's not very comfortable. That's normally what we do. We have the immediacy of the perception of the room, but that's a bit neutral. There's not many hooks in that for me to hang my personality. So we add a little bit of judgment. I like, I don't like. It's good, it's bad. And in that way, like buying new shoes and wearing them until they're more comfortable, we put our familiar judgments onto the situation and think, this fits better.
Where does that process happen?
Well, where do you think it's happening? You can observe for yourself. It's happening just now. Well, it's happening in your mind. So the central question is, where is your mind? That's why when you say, well, the mind is empty, it means it's not like a little factory or a radio transmitting station, a central hub that's projecting out this stuff. When we look and see there is no essence, there is no hub, there is no center. What there is a space within which different feelings manifest. The space is itself pervaded by awareness. So in the traditional Buddhist examples, it says the mind is like the sky. And awareness is like the sun. So the light of the sun illuminates the sky. The sky is empty. You don't find anything substantial in the sky. It has no essence at all. The mind, when you look for the mind, there's nothing there, and yet it's illuminated, and within that illumination many things happen. So the radiance of the sun sends out light and heat, and these forms of energy create transformation. So our awareness in contact with this room just now reveals various things, reveals people in different ways. We see the different shapes of people, the nature of their skin. People of different ages have different quality of skin. We see that. Then there's something else arises, and something else arises. So this goes back to what is our heuristic or interpretive metaphor. If we say, I look at someone's face and I see their skin, fact. Now I have an emotional reaction to that skin because it looks like my mother's skin, or the skin of one of my children when they were a baby, or whatever. So I now have the fact and the interpretation on top. The bread and the jam or the marmite. I am spreading the marmite because I like this or I don't like this. You know? That's the sort of ordinary metaphor or interpretive paradigm that we live inside. Dharma would say, well, if you look clearly, what seems to be the bread is also a mental event. There is nothing there which is prior to your interpretation. Because if you take the interpretation away, it's just very spacious.
I think when you're saying these things, you're saying I, though. You're saying I.
Yeah.
But if you take the I away,
Yeah.
what is it?
Well, you're still here.
Oh, there
Yeah.
is something still here.
That's right. So what is the nature of that something which is still here? Is it a thing? And only you can answer it.
Process. I understand that what I feel is a process. It's a bit like when you described about when you watch a movie and there's a white screen that's in the movie, but you see it.
Yeah.
But you see it. If you take away the view from it, where is it being perceived from?
Well, exactly. But the you may be part of the movie. Because when you look at a movie, you're interpreting the movie. So in the meditation text it says, open to experience as sky to sky. So the mind itself is like the sky, and the phenomenological field is like the sky, and these two skies encounter each other. And within these open, unimpeded co-presencing, thoughts, feelings, sensations, colors, sounds, smells, touches, and so on arise and pass. Since we've been in this room this morning at 10 o'clock, many, many things have happened. They've happened and they've gone. Different sensations in the body, feelings inside, thoughts, perceptions, all gone. Where did they come from? Where did they go to? The question is, do they leave a trace? What sort of substances takes the trace? If, I mean, this room, as we know, is full of air, so if I move my finger, although you can't see any trace coming from it, there will be a subtle movement of the air. So if there was a little fly going by, they would feel some turbulence. But in general, we could say, as an example, my finger is leaving no trace. So if you want to see where the finger is, you have to look at the finger. If I was doing it on water, there would be a trace left in the water. And if I was doing it on sand, there would be a very definite trace. Yeah? So the medium records what the movement. In terms of my personality, in terms of my ego self, the texture of my identity is like treacle. I am a sensitive soul. If people are nice to me, I'm happy, but if they're not nice to me, I'm sad. That's probably true of most of us. We get impacted by the world.
Also there's a self-consciousness also enters into it.
Exactly, and that's part of the stickiness, isn't it? Because we start thinking about, why has this been happening to me? I don't like that this is happening. Exactly.
We examine it in our mind.
Exactly, and so there you get going round and round on the same thing, which almost like kind of, as a kid, and you're rubbing a pencil on a bit of paper, eventually you make a hole in it, you grind a pathway into yourself.
You're like grinding your mind, grinding your imagination, going over it over and over and
Exactly,
over again.
exactly. So, clearly there are aspects of our arising which get marked. Are these aspects of arising the essence of ourselves, or are they part of the movement of experience? This is a big, big area in mental health, because it's the area of post-traumatic stress disorder, which has a lot of money riding on it in various ways. People experience a trauma and it impacts them and they don't recover. So in the paper last week there was a sad story of a young man who had volunteered to go to Afghanistan, although he had a stable job, and after coming back his personality was completely changed. He was angry all the time, and then he killed himself. That's tragic. What happened to him? His self-construct went into a situation where he was asked to do things and where he saw things which couldn't be integrated into his self-construct. I am now not me because I am doing and seeing things which I wouldn't ordinarily do. I thought I wanted to do it, but the actual felt contours of my capacity mean I can't. But of course, if you're a soldier, you don't want to tell the other squaddies that you can't do it. So there's a terribly competitive atmosphere that people have to be braver than they actually are. So taking on more stress until it's inside. Now, the question then would be, where is that stress held? If the mind is like a mirror, or the mind is like a sky in these traditional Buddhist notions, where is this glue? Where is this treacle? Where is this marking? What is marked is manifestation. So, in the Tibetan tradition, if you're interested, there are many books that write on this topic that I'm just going to open up now. The relation between the mind and the content of the mind. All that I know myself to be is the content of the mind. That is to say, it is patterns of experience and interpretation which continue through time but not continuously. They are evoked according to particular circumstances. These are essentially experiences. So going right back to your question, who is the experiencer of the experience? Somebody says something that upsets me. I feel upset. In that moment, that feels pretty damn definitional of who I am. Because I'm feeling upset. That seems to be core. It seems to be coming right up through my bowels. I don't like it. I don't want to see that person again. I'm really upset. I'm backing off. Whoa, no. I'm now encapsulated in that. Probably a couple of days later, my experience is not like that. I might be willing to slag off that person if anyone was still willing to listen. So that's quite a pleasurable activity. But the grief that their behavior caused me has dispersed. You know, it's just gone. And yet it was so real. And yet it was so real. So the momentary identification with this particular contouring of experience feels definitional of who I am. And that's 1 second. And then that dissolves, and I'm identifying with something else. And then I'm identifying with something else. People talk about sexual promiscuity, but actually existential promiscuity is something we all practice. We are ceaselessly identifying with event after event after event. We are fusing into these and feeling them and often talking of them as if they were the totality of our experience. Now, that is, from the point of view of Dzogchen, a kind of almost but not quite spontaneous immediacy. So, for example, if you start to feel hungry, you feel hungry. And if you get really hungry, you just want to eat something. So that's the main thing, if you like, in a sort of Gestalt cycle. That's the mobilizing factor. I'm wanting contact with food, so I'm becoming preoccupied. I don't want contact with anything else. I just want to eat something. Then I eat. There's a degree of satisfaction, and then there's a release from that. And then I'm caught up in something else, and caught up in something else. Who is the one who is caught up? Is that the mind itself, or an aspect of the content of the mind? The function of meditation is to see the one who is caught up is always a content. It's a subjective content. We have objective and, if you like, objective and subjective aspects of our existence. Both are us. I can say, I have a pain in my foot. My foot is my foot. I'm not saying I am my foot. So my foot as an object is intimately linked to myself as a subject. Both are me. Both are constitutive of who I am. In the moment that the foot is giving a sensation and I'm interpreting it as pain, I have a pain in my foot. If the pain's intense, that will wrap me. That will grow a little skin around it. And in that encapsulated moment, I will be existing as if that is the whole thing, until some kind person takes me to A&E and the doctor does some procedure to help the pain go away. But at a certain point, I can't think. We all know that. We know that emotionally as well. And it's an absolute absencing of everything else. It feels immediate and total, and yet it doesn't last forever. So what appeared to be me as the subject has now gone, and yet I'm still here. And that's the meaning of when we say the mind is open and full of potential. It's the openness of the mind that allows all these potential forms. I need to have a pee. I need to go to the bank. I have to remember to do that. Oh my God, is the post office still open? You know, we get caught up in these movements, and we have to be identified with them, because that's what our life is. Our life is the manifestation of energy in the field of becoming. So we have to know when the train leaves, because we've got to be there on time. So I become the director of myself, or the conductor of my self-orchestra, to bring all the bits of my life together, to do the packing in time to know that I've got to walk up the high road, get in the train that goes to Euston, buy my ticket, then get there in time, And in that, sometimes I'm in charge and sometimes I'm not. When I came north yesterday, I got down and I was walking up looking at the train, and then the door was closed. I thought, what? And then I looked up and thought, well, there's 2 minutes to go, so I had to run into the first door because I had lost the sense of the time of the train leaving. I thought, I'm on the platform, that's great, I'll get on the train. So at any moment, the kind of panoramic vision or the real interdependence of subject and object in the field can collapse. So we're really like a kind of concertina. So who is the one who gets angry or who is the one who gets sad? It is the radiance of the openness spiraling into itself and creating the illusion of an entrapped world, which then releases itself. So we can do like little children. This is a very nice piece of Dharma homework to do. You get some washing up liquid and you put it in a cup and you get your little blower and you blow bubbles. When you blow a bubble, what happens? A very thin skin forms itself around air. The air on the outside of the bubble and the air on the inside of the bubble are the same. But when you see the bubble, it looks as if it's it's a bubble. And the bubbleness of the bubble gives the sense that the bubble is something completely unique from everything around it. And you watch the bubble going and then pop, then you see these little drops falling down, and the air is merged with the air that it was never really separated from. Yeah. So this is what happens in these moments when we get caught up in something. This little illusory skin wraps itself around us and we're trapped in something. And sometimes these traps can last a very long time because we can bear grudges. We can stay profoundly trapped.
It's kind of a sense of anxiousness and urgency.
Indeed, indeed.
And paranoia to a degree.
Indeed.
You can enter into the field.
Indeed, because the more you stay in a bubble, the less connected you are with the field. And if you're not connected with the field, you don't know what's going on. So all you've got is your fantasy about what's going on. So if I say, you can't see me, that's true, but actually I can't see you. So you guys could be doing anything. I'm actually not safe where I'm hiding. I'm actually incredibly vulnerable. Which is the problem of all kinds of neurotic refuges. When you retreat into yourself in any way, whether it's an anxiety, depression, taking too much alcohol or whatever, that sealing myself under the duvet is actually very vulnerable because you're now not in contact with the field. So these bubbles of identification, which have no essence, but which we, in the experience of them, feel as being our essence, are the prime way in which we get lost. So the Buddhist teaching on emptiness is to see there is no individual substance in any phenomena. It doesn't mean that there is nothing there, but what you have is appearance. And because it's appearance, you can work with it. The world is much more malleable, much more responsive than we take it to be when we're caught up in our individual concern.
So how would an enlightened being deal with tragedy or trauma? Would you just self-liberate?
They'd probably be upset.
But it mustn't last too long. Not like
Well, it wouldn't last. No, it wouldn't last too long. It would be the middle way. Because if you didn't feel anything, then you'd have turned yourself into a stone. If you felt it for a very long period of time, you would be going wrong. Because things only last if we hang on to them.
I was just really taken by that image of the man in Afghanistan. I was thinking, for Dzogchen, to use the word trace, there's the trace of the past in the present.
Mm-hmm.
So the present is fresh, but it's got the illusion of freshness because it's full of the traces of the past.
Well, it depends what a trace is, you know. You might have a trace of some food on the front of your clothes if you had been eating in an unaware way. So that's a trace. However, if you look in this room, there are many, many things. And you're looking this way, so your eye has seen many of these things. When you look at them again, you know that you'd seen them before, but until you particularly looked at them, there was no trace. So it's a potential, it's not really a trace. Due to attachment, we make traces, because you link one to another, to another, to another, to another. You go from one thing to another thing, to another thing, to another thing. But everything is here in this space. Everything in this room has its own space. In its own space, it's settled, and yet it's sharing the space. We're all sharing the space with each other. We feel we are in a skin bag inside ourselves, but we are sharing this space with other people. If you attend to the particular phenomena, it becomes figural and everything else recedes into the background. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's still there. It doesn't leave a trace. It will come back if you need to address it. So for this Lama, in that moment of being in touch, probably some Tibetan refugees had come to see him and they were crying and worried and upset. Dalai Lama had this experience many, many times. And they're very, very sad. Dalai Lama cries when he sees it. He was so sad. Oh. And then Dalai Lama has to do something else. The sadness stops and he does something else. Now, you might think that's a kind of compartmentalization, as if he's having to wrap it somewhere. It's gone. It's gone. When it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't mean it won't come back. But if you're talking to some children and they're just going to sing a song, we love the Dalai Lama. If the Dalai Lama's there crying about the refugees, doesn't help the children.
So there's no trace.
There's no trace.
There's no trace.
There's no trace. But we have a trace because we think that's terrible, it shouldn't have happened, oh my God, I can't get it out of my mind. Well, what the Dalai Lama is doing is he's leaving it in his mind. He's not trying to move it around. When there's a time to think of the sadness of the refugees, you think of the sadness of the refugees. When you're doing something else, you're doing something else. It's not some horrible toxic thing to get rid of. Again, it goes back to, I want to push away all the bad things and hang on to all the good things. This controlling mechanistic view doesn't really help us. Where you're in mental hygiene, you're endlessly trying to edit your world. Actually, when we're sad, we're sad. And if you're really sad, it will go. And if you're really happy, it will go. So impermanence is the natural purification of the mind. In the Dzogchen tradition, it's called self-liberation. And we're now self-liberated on to 1 o'clock. So we have a space for lunch for an hour and a half, and then we meet together and go into the meditation, which is if you have a business meeting, it's normal to have an agenda so that people can look at it beforehand and think perhaps of how they might want to engage with the issues under discussion. And generally speaking in life, we always have an agenda. We're always up to something, on about something. One of the functions of understanding emptiness is to free ourselves from agendas, so that the ongoing tilt of intentionality of our being for something in particular starts to get relaxed. Now, the Heart Sutra is very famous. All the schools of Mahayana Buddhism make use of it. It's also embedded in stories. In the Tibetan story, the Heart Sutra arises at the time of Buddha Shakyamuni. If you were to do it from a point of view of a Western historical analysis, you would have to say it most certainly was not taught at the time of Buddha Shakyamuni. It's a much later production. So why would Buddhists who are concerned with the truth say something which isn't true? This is normal human behavior. What are they trying to establish? They're trying to say this is true because the ultimate signifier says so. If you were in a theistic tradition, you would say, God has revealed this to me. In the Buddhist tradition, you say, this goes right back to the time of the Buddha, and if the Buddha said it, it must be true. So, which is helpful in terms of faith, but not very helpful in terms of being able to think about things. It's very interesting, the actual text of the Heart Sutra, because it begins with Buddha Shakyamuni sitting in meditation. And in his meditation practice, he evokes a particular quality in the mind of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. Avalokiteshvara's mind is very relaxed and clear and open. And then Shariputra, who of course in the Theravadan tradition is one of the very close disciples of Buddha Shakyamuni, asks a question. And the question is deflected from the Buddha to Avalokiteshvara, which is to say, Mahayana Buddhism wins. It's political. It says Shariputra has to ask a question because he doesn't know. Who knows the answer? The Mahayana Buddhist. You find this in any political history or religious discourse. It is very important to see these things because they allow us to see how meanings are constructed. It doesn't undermine the meaning which is being generated, but it shows that we're always engaged in games when we interact with each other. Power cannot be removed from the human dimension. And because power is such an important part of our lives, we are condemned to winning and losing. So although we may talk of equanimity and loving kindness to all beings, as long as my group's winning, I can be very generous. If my group's not winning, we get a little bit more rigid or angry or uptight. So we have to see these things are pervasive because, and this is very, very important, once you start imagining that the Buddha is completely perfect and completely pure and never has any problems, and he's floating way up in the sky, it's very nice, then if you have problems, this is a sign that Buddhahood is very far away from you. Go away, sort out your problems, and come back when you're a nice person. And if you happen to die in the middle of that process, you have another chance next life. This is not very sensible. So what we're talking here about is essentially a splitting. There are good Buddhas and bad human beings. So how can bad human beings become good Buddhas? Well, they're not the same. How can an apple become a pear? Can't. However, an apple can become the same as a pear if we say the apple is a fruit. The pear is a fruit. The apple and the pear are both fruit. That's how it's done. Not so difficult. So, human beings and Buddhas are manifestations of the open potential of being. In that sense, they are the same. They are both fruit. But if you say, how do I become a Buddha? You will never be a Buddha. No possible. Because you're trying to go from one category into another category. And as long as you believe that these are two oppositional categories, your mind is addicted to dualism, to setting this against that. There is night and there is day. And night and day cannot be in the same place at the same time. Because they are opposites, they are back to back. So the union of the opposites becomes something impossible inside their own definition. The apple and the pear, they're not the same. But if you change the frame of reference, fruit. Of course they're fruit. Everybody knows apples and pears. stick in a banana as well, and a pineapple. They don't look anything like each other, but they're all fruit. In that way, how you organize information, how you categorize phenomena is enormously important. If you want to have integration, you have to have an attitude which has enough space inside it to allow each thing to be as it is without being set against another thing, so that they are internally defined, so the apple is not the pear. This is quite important, because when you say they are both fruit, you see the emptiness of the apple and the emptiness of the pear. When the apple is full of appleness and the pear is full of pearness, and they stand there like two rugby teams ready for battle, how could they possibly be friends? Because they are structurally in conflict. Each is defining themselves by saying they are not the opposite. The apple says, piss off, pear. Nothing to do with me. I'm not like you. I'm round and somebody sat on you or something. You got this squishy bit. Huh? No, these are oppositional categories. As soon as you say fruit, the appleness of the apple and the pearness of the pear dissolves like a summertime cloud into the sky, and there's just fruit. And you put the fruit in the fruit bowl. Maybe when you go to sleep at night, you don't know, but they have a big battle. Probably not. Because they're in the fruit bowl. They're natural allies, they're friends. So you can apply this image to all the categories of information that you have. If you're interested in motor cars, then the differences between them are very interesting. If you're not so interested, they're just motor cars. There are these things nowadays, mobile phones. Who cares? Oh, but people who are really into mobile phones get into the technical differences. So the more we put our mind onto and into the particularities of situations and invest them with enormous significance, what we're doing is cutting a circle around them, which then separates them and puts them into opposition with the other phenomena. And we don't see that they share the most important thing, which would be emptiness. None of these phenomena has a true essence, a true inherent self-nature. And from that point of view, they're all the same. They're not the same on the level of manifestation, but they're the same on the level of nature. So to use another traditional example that many of you will know very well, if you have a mirror, the function of the mirror is to show reflections. The mirror can show many, many different reflections. When you look into the mirror, you see behind you maybe the images of the wall or a painting or someone else is there. You see your own face, you could smile, you could do all kinds of different things. So many different appearances arise in the mirror. These appearances are different, and if you're looking at the difference, that could be very significant. So if you're looking in the mirror and you're shaving or you're putting on lipstick, it helps that you see where your lips are or what bit you're cutting, because you don't want to have blood coming out of your cheek. So the mirror can help you to see what you're doing. And in that moment, the mirror is helping to differentiate the right and the wrong place to put the lipstick or the eyeshadow or the pressure of the razor. However, all of these images which arise in the mirror are reflections. Their nature is to be reflections. Their manifestation is to be different. Yeah? So if you look at the level of the manifestation of the image in front of you, you say, I can see my nose, I can see my ear. My ear and my nose are not the same. But both your ear and your nose are reflections in the mirror. They are the same. One is not more real than the other. They're both in the mirror. Merely a reflection. But they're different. If you see this, it's very simple. If you see it, it really means something. All the differences in the world are there, but they don't imply something truly existing or concrete. They are merely conventional. They are names and associations and identifications which arise in terms of the recognition of a particular shape. But they don't make anything truly existing. If nothing is truly existing, one can be much more relaxed to how life is. Because if we see it really is a reflection, it's not so horrifying. It's like if you watch a movie and it's a very happy movie, it makes you feel good. And if you watch a movie that's a bit sad, some kind of domestic drama, or even a horror film, it makes you feel very different. None of these films was real. There was no truth in it. This was actors pretending that something was the case when it was not the case. If you understand it was a movie, you can still feel the power of the movie, but you can say that was a good movie. If you take it as real, it's going to have a much stronger effect on you. So this is at the heart of the notion of the illusory nature. It avoids the two extremes. It's not that there's nothing there at all, neither is it the case that it's truly real. So, when Shariputra asks his question, which is how should a son or daughter of a noble family course in or act according to the nature of the supreme transcendental wisdom, Avalokiteshvara starts to reply, and this is the beginning of the Heart Sutra. And he begins in a very famous way by saying that the basic familiar constituents of the world are devoid of inherent self-nature. So he does that according to this Indian and the Pali and Sanskrit system of the 5 khandhas or skandhas: form, feeling, perception, association, and consciousness. Because in the earlier forms of Buddhism, what it means to be a person was analyzed in terms of the patterning or juxtaposition of these 5 categories. Now, as Western people, we have a bit of a problem with this, because the 5 skandhas don't really mean very much to us on an emotional level. We don't normally think of our existence in terms of the 5 skandhas. If friend phoned you up and they were very upset and they said, I don't know what's happened to me, my 5 skandhas are out of balance. It wouldn't mean anything. If they phoned you and they said, I've lost my budgie, you would probably have more empathic attunement. So it's very important to try to understand what they are talking about. It doesn't matter that they call it the 5 skandhas. 5 skandhas isn't the issue. The issue is, when you look at yourself, how do you understand what you are constituted out of? For example, we probably all have a fair sense that we're constituted out of memories. We're also constituted out of hopes, fears, longings, ambition, pride, anger, and so forth. We can probably give a big list of the various winds or vectors that blow through us and bring our life into particular shapes. So if you're reading a traditional text like the Heart Sutra, the key thing is to make it sing to you, so you can see, oh yes, memory is empty. Emptiness is not other than memory. Hope is empty. Emptiness is not other than hope. Sadness, all the things which for you make you feel real. You could put your bones, your liver, your kidneys. You could put the name of your grandmother, the name of your grandchildren, whatever it would be, whatever are the building blocks of your existence. That's what we need to see is empty. Because you can learn all kind of lists of these Sanskrit words and these Asian concepts, but if they're not functional as ways of actually dynamically on a day-to-day basis organizing your own experience, it's unlikely that knowing they're empty will make much difference to you. If you've got your life savings, as some people had before, in Northern Rock, and then you hear on the radio, Northern Rock is empty, the vaults are empty, it's bankrupt, that means something. If you've got your money in Barclays, you don't care. You just think, silly buggers. So, if it's you, if it's your story, it means something. So what we have to do is explore for ourselves, what do I think I'm made of? And you can do that in relation to people you're connected with, possessions you have, maybe things you've inherited, or special books or paintings you have, a job you might have, a training, some skill like being able to speak many languages. What is the basis for your own sense of self? And then I would suggest you can write a list of these things and then look at them and try to see whether there is some true essence in that. Say, for example, you're very good at languages and you can speak Russian. You're living in Macclesfield, well known for its high Russian population. Maybe quite a few months go by and you don't speak any Russian. But maybe even you studied Russian at university and you're very fluent in it. I speak Russian. It's a non-functional grounding of yourself. So it maybe has a not a functional meaning, but a symbolic and sentimental meaning. And somewhere, like a little piece of wood, it's propping up your sense of identity. We have all sorts of sentimental attachments. And I think these also need to be looked at, because they can mean something. For example, I'm Scottish. I don't live in Scotland. I don't want to live in Scotland. It's a cold, unpleasant country full of very unpleasant people. But I am Scottish. I'm Scottish. I'm not English. As you can see. So there is a sentimental identification, but it's completely non-functional in my life. It evokes in me no thought, oh, when I retire, I'll go to Scotland, the land of my fathers. What? Why? What would I do there? Ghastly. Truly, so that's my experience. Other people may like it. But what I'm saying, that is constitutive of me. So what we're talking here is not about being rational, but really looking and examining in yourself what sings to you. No matter how weird and perverse and ridiculous it might seem if you had to say it, it might well be something that you rest your existence on. This is who I am. This defines me. And these are the things we have to look into. Is there any truth in that? Can we say it's an illusion? The fact that England is an illusion and Scotland is an illusion doesn't mean that I don't prefer to be in one place than another. Again, this is really important. We're not talking about nihilism. We're not saying it means nothing at all, a kind of annihilation of any meaning, that it's all put in some great machine that homogenizes everything into a kind of farmyard slurry. Each thing is precisely as it is in all its particular detail, but that detail shows what it is. It is the showing of the detail. There's nothing behind the screen. Nothing at all. Now this is the great mystery of existence, and every religion faces this question. How does something come out of nothing? Every religion and every culture has creation myths. Sometimes they say people fell from the sky, sometimes they say there was a great cosmic egg, sometimes they say there were 7 cosmic eggs. There are many, many stories about how the first human being came into existence. In a sense, the Buddhist teaching is not saying there was non-existence and then there was something. What it's saying is, whatever you take to be something is simultaneously nothing. It's not either or, it's both and. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness, emptiness is not other than form. So it's not that there is a big primordial darkness and God breathed upon the waters and said this, that, and the other, and everything came into being, that something somehow came out of nothing. It's that the appearance of something is inseparable from nothing. So again, we go back to the traditional example of the mirror. The mirror has no content of its own. In that sense, you could say it's nothing. The mirror is always full of a content which is not itself. So the mirror shows the other, not the self. No? Is that right? You can't see a mirror, you see a reflection. So the mirror shows itself as being other than it is. And it's because of that, because of the emptiness of a self, a defining mirrorness as something, that endless numbers of reflections can arise in the mirror. In the same way, everything has the nature of emptiness. This emptiness is not something far away, something we have to realize by doing something mystical. Emptiness is here and now as the actual nature of all phenomena. So, now we're in the afternoon, on a Saturday afternoon. Saturday afternoon is redolent with meaning in a European country. Because Friday night we stop work, Saturday and Sunday we are free, then Monday we go back to work. Saturday afternoon means for many people watching nonsense on the telly, or maybe going for a walk, or watching football or something. It has a feeling tone to it. Again, that is a social construction. If you feel that feeling tone, it's because you feel that feeling tone. It's not that you're picking up the vibe of Saturday afternoon. This is a shared social construct. So the Saturdayness of Saturday is not a special essence. Because in other cultures, that holiday is different. When I lived in Bengal, Wednesday was the holiday. So on Wednesday, nothing's happening. Many Muslim countries, Friday is the holiday. If you go to a Jewish country, it's going to be different, isn't it? So these are conventions, but when you live in your convention, it seems to be internally true. It seems to have a meaning which is welling up from inside it. That is to say, it seems obvious. You'd have to be stupid not to understand what Saturday afternoon is. Come on. Everybody knows. Everybody in Macclesfield. but not everybody in India, not everybody in China. When we see that, then we think, oh, I've just recognized one of these props of my world. My constructs about Saturday mean something. Or we say, Monday morning. Oh, this feels right. But if you're working on a Sunday, Monday morning is just another day. If you've had the weekend off, then Monday morning means something. So if you feel that affective power of Monday morning, that's your construct. In that moment you taste it. Oh, I have an invested phenomena here. This is singing to me because I can hear the tune of Monday morning. Other people don't do that. So here I see how I'm saying this is important, this is real, this really exists. Yeah, Monday is shit. Oh. Undeniable. Because you believe in it. If you don't believe in it, if you haven't acted or heard many people saying that Monday mornings are difficult, it wouldn't be that. So, Monday is just another day. When Monday morning becomes significant, you can feel the energy of your mind binding itself around a signifier, the Monday morning, and creating this condensed nexus of feeling. Would that be right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really like that.
Yes.
So that's what we have to see the emptiness of. And for each person it's going to be different. And I would suggest to you, if you make that investigation for yourself, you'll get a lot more out of it than investigating the emptiness of the 5 skandhas, which you don't have. Because you only have the 5 skandhas if they're operational, because nothing exists in truth. You don't have 5 skandhas. It's a way of thinking about it. You know, we have brains. For Tibetan Buddhists, they're not very interested in brains because they think that the mind is in the heart. So they think, when they think mind, they think it's in here. We think it's up here. Brain and Mr. Darwin, these create a particular nexus full of feelings. Maybe some people believe in it and it's marvelous. Other people think, whoa, very strange idea, and they don't like it. The essential thing to see the emptiness of is the nature of your own bias. What I like, what I don't like. Because as long as you believe these biases are true, you won't have a sense of the illusory nature of things. If you look in the mirror, you see a reflection. It's a spot. Shit, I've got a spot. You're seeing a reflection. You're not seeing a spot. You can't, unless you can take your eye out and turn it around. You don't see your own spot. You see a reflection. This is the cheapest cream, ladies. You don't have to buy anything expensive. You look at your face, you see the spot. It's a reflection. I feel beautiful again. It's like that, huh? But we think, oh no, I've got a spot and I'm going out. Friday night, very important. How can I go out on a Friday night with a spot? If I squeeze it, it might get worse. If I cover it over, I have a lump of cream. I'm not allowed to wear a veil. Huh? Tragedies of modern life. But you've never seen the spot. The spot is a figment of your imagination on the basis of a reflection. It's like that. Then we see, oh, this is my anxiety being built up into this. And of course, when you get worried about this spot, you imagine everyone else is looking at your spot. Because of course, what other purpose do people have? I know life in Macclesfield has there's some cultural life to this great city. But underneath there is the paranoia that everybody is walking around looking at other people's spots.
Well, it wouldn't just apply to Macclesfield.
No, that's very true. So again, once we invest something with significance, it becomes, as we say, real for us. Real is linked with this Latin root res, which means thing. It becomes a thing, an entity, something existing in itself. Actually, it's a moment of experience. So this spot will come and it will go. I don't want it to be here. We're not in charge of our metabolism. We're not in charge of all the various forces that cause some eruption on the skin. I shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be happening to me. Well, if you find life with spots so difficult, what will happen if you get cancer? In this way, we start to see, I have a basic belief, I should be able to live life on my terms. I should be able to control what happens to me, and more importantly, I should be able to control how other people see me. This is very far away from a notion of illusion. This is everything becoming condensed, paranoid, fearful. Why? Because of our own mental processes. So, form is emptiness. The form of the spot is emptiness. Emptiness is showing the form of a spot. This is very inadequate. Whoever designed this universe to allow the basic creative potential of existence to manifest such things as spots is ridiculous. I mean, theists at least can rage at God for acne. What have we got? We've got to blame our own karma. Then we have to work out, what did I do in a last life to make every Friday night this fucking spot coming on my face? It's real. Is it real? It's real for me because I don't want it to happen, or I do want it to happen. The reality, if we stay with that word, the seeming reality of things is linked to our investment in them. The less we invest, the more we are able to see things as they are. And if we can see things as they are, we can work with them. Now, what is riding on the spot? Well, we have such a thing as self-esteem. We want other people to like us. We then think, if I have spots on my face, they won't like me. They won't like me enough to make me feel likable. This is the area to investigate with emptiness. I'm taking an agenda towards the world. My basic agenda is, I want you to like me and to think I'm good, and then I'll start to feel safe. So imagine everybody has this agenda. But not only that, on the basis of this, we have worked out what it is that's in other people's minds, whereby they're judging whether we're okay to fit into their agenda. But we can't see their agenda. So we imagine they have the same agenda as us. So the things we become hypersensitive about, we imagine everybody else is hypersensitive about. And of course that's not true. There's too many people in the world to please everyone. This has been said many, many times. There will always be some people who don't like us. There will always be some people who think we're not very nice. What do we do with that? How do we accept that? From the Buddhist point of view, it's again on the point of equanimity. May I act towards my friends and towards my enemies with the same orientation, being open to all sentient beings, rather than trying to please my friends and trying to attack or disregard my enemies. The benefit of equanimity is that you don't get involved in such a stormy sea. You're not being rocked this way and rocked that way. But it is what it is. This is the essential point. It is what it is. We are not in control. That's one polarity. But neither are we completely powerless. We're in the middle. We can participate and influence events to a certain extent. Now, influence means flowing, isn't it? Something is flowing. What is flowing? We. If you become very rigid and overdetermined, how are you going to flow? The more you grasp onto something as strongly real, the more you make your stand, the more you have your fixed belief, you become like a locked fist. And there's not much you can do with it. If you want to influence the world, it helps if your hands can move, because then you can manipulate the world, get your hands on. You're part of what's going on. That's probably the best way to survive. That's certainly the function in the tantric tradition of the Nirmanakaya, the manifestation of the Buddha coming into the world, because he shows different forms according to the various needs of sentient beings. That means having the flexibility to become different according to the situation. So the more we have a fixed position, the more our capacity for compassion is going to be limited, because we're going to give in our compassion on our terms, according to the particular shape we have. But maybe compassion requires us to show different forms, which means to be available for the other, which means how can my potential manifest differently? Well, I would suggest that can only happen when we've loosened up inside. And so that's why this teaching of the Heart Sutra is very important, that we use it like a key to unlock all these tightened, closed places where there seems to be some definite knowledge. In the energy systems of Eastern practice, particularly in the yoga system, there's the idea that we have many channels running through the body. The winds or the energy potential of the body moves through these channels. Some of the channels are quite big, some are very, very, very small. And they move out like the branches of a tree out from the central channel that runs through the body. When communication collapses and these branch lines become cut off from the source, then the energy just vibrates up and down in them, like wind trapped in a bamboo pipe. It can't move anywhere else. And then we get habitual agitations from that. We get states of arousal or depression or confusion. And the central function is to bring the energy back into the central channel, which is a dynamic expression of emptiness, so that all the energy of the body is linked and communicating together. So again, this is something we can check out for ourselves. You don't need to have any special initiations or teachings for this. You can see whether you are prone to anger, prone to jealousy, prone to desire, whether you're very quick in arousal, whether you're very slow in arousal, what times of the day you have energy, in the morning or the evening and so on, what kinds of food agree with you, don't agree with you. All of these are showing the interface between your energetic system and the environment around you. It's not about correcting energy. I mean, there are millions of therapists who make their money by showing people how to correct their energy. That can be useful because it can help your health, but the key thing is to see this body is energy. And when the energy flows in a free, uninhibited way, that is to say without artificial constraint, it finds its place in the environment. But when I'm locked in on myself due to inhibitions which are psychological or superego, that's to say some injunction, some prohibition has come into me, I'm not free to move. If you see the emptiness of the limitation, You don't have to change the limitation. This is very, very important. Because on the level of development, on the level of the fulfillment of your potential, there will always be things to do. In this life and all your future lives, you can become better and better and better and better. But at this very moment, all your good qualities and all your bad qualities are empty. And if you practice and practice and practice, in the future, when you rise up on a beautiful lotus flower and float through space as a fully enlightened Buddha, all your qualities will be empty. What will you have gained? A different color of emptiness. Now you have a dirty grey emptiness, and then you will have a bright shiny emptiness. Both will be empty. Because from the very beginning everything is emptiness. This understanding is the basis of all the tantric practices and of Dzogchen. If this is not clear, then the practices become very confusing, because people then try to become better. Becoming better is like practicing the piano. And you keep practicing and practicing and practicing and practicing and practicing. But you never get to the place where you can really, really play the piano. Because even when you hear these wonderful pianists being interviewed, people like Brendel and so on, they always say, well, I'm still a bit worried about this. Because that's the very nature of manifestation. There's always something to be done about it. There is no end to movement. So,
always room for improvement.
There's always room for improvement. So if you're trying to improve yourself so you get to the end of the journey, you've bought the wrong ticket. Improvement is a way of life.
Continuous.
Yeah, it's not a means to an end. It's an end in itself. That is to say, there's a quality of attention to how we get turned in on ourselves, that if it could be released, then you can move forward.
Allow it to flourish.
That's right. And also, what is the motivation for improving yourself? In the Mahayana tradition, it is only for the sake of others. What we need is to recognize our own nature. In recognizing your own nature, you have what's called the Dharmakaya, or the awakening to the ever-enlightened state of the mind. If the mind was not enlightened, what could make it enlightened? So, if you have some bits of silk and you take them along to some old weaver in Macclesfield, they can make you a lovely blouse. The silk is put together in this careful way into the cloth, and the cloth is taken to the tailor and they make the beautiful blouse. This blouse is a construct. Many moments of cause and effect have gone into its creation. Will this blouse last forever? No. Why? Because it's a construct. All things which have a beginning will have an end. You'll find this teaching in many, many Buddhist scriptures. Everything that has a beginning will have an end. Now, if enlightenment is a construct, it will have a beginning, and therefore it will have an end. So what's the point? It's like when you do your O-levels or GCSEs. When you finish them, the first thing big people say is, now it's your A-levels. And you see, the whole of your life, it never comes to an end. There's always something. Even if you decide, I never do an exam again, you still have to do a tax return. And you have to remember your partner's birthday, which is another kind of exam. So this is really the central point. movement and stillness are not the same but not different. The mirror and the reflection are not the same, but they're not different. This is non-duality. When you look in the mirror, you see the reflection. The reflection is in the mirror, but it's not the mirror, because you turn the mirror and that reflection's gone. But whatever reflection is in the mirror, but it's not. Yeah? When you see the rainbow, it's there and it's not. You can't catch the rainbow. The basis of the mind is like the mirror. It's open. When we sit, there's nothing to grasp. And yet, all kinds of experiences are happening for us. Sounds from outside, from cars, people moving in the room, coughing and so on. Experience is continuous. Coming and going, coming and going. All of that experience is the domain of movement. Movement is in the side or the family of compassion. Stillness never changes. That is the family or the side of wisdom. These two are born together. They are inseparable. But they are not the same. When you develop your qualities, this is compassion. It's not about wisdom. Wisdom is not something you can develop. Wisdom is something you can see, you can taste, but you can't develop it. Because it's always fully formed. Because if it wasn't fully formed, it would just be another construct. And then it would be just like learning Russian. Every day you decide to learn 10 words, and first of all you learn the present tense, then you learn the past tense, then you learn the future tense. And after a couple of years you're quite fluent in Russian. Then you don't speak Russian for 20 years and you find that you've lost half your vocabulary. This is a construct. This is typical, isn't it? You think of all the things you learned when you went to school, algebra and so on. If we had to Ofsted inspectors came in the door, we probably wouldn't do very well. Because it's gone. It was there. Maybe we got our little certificate. I passed the exam. And afterwards, it's nothing. It was just a temporary creation. Like a palace in the summertime clouds. You lie on a beautiful hill and you see these shapes in the clouds. There's a donkey or a rabbit. Nothing is there. This distinction for meditation is very important. Movement can be changed in its patterning. That's what we call development. Stillness cannot be changed because stillness isn't a thing. So emptiness is this family of stillness, if you read the Heart Sutra. In the movement is the energy of the mind. And it's always occurring. And it can be for the sake of others, it can be selfish. You can use your energy to be helpful or to be harmful. That's a choice. But whether you help beings or you harm beings, it doesn't change the mirror. It doesn't change the mirror. You could have a big mirror on the wall in a hospital and you could see people being given very good care. You could also take that big mirror and put it on the wall of an abattoir and see many, many animals being killed. The mirror would show both things. We say it's good to help people, it's not so good to cut the throat of living animals. That's a terrifying thing to see. But the mirror just shows. If you understand this, then you see the Buddhist meaning of wisdom. It's not an accumulation of wisdom that we live our lives for some time and we know something about the world and we can tell our children or grandchildren some things about how to manage being bullied at school. That's a worldly wisdom, worldly knowledge. It's cumulative, built up. Deep wisdom is to see emptiness. It's to see the basis of existence is an actuality which is insubstantial. There is no essence or substance or fixed substratum to our experience. What there is appearance. We're in this room. See all of this. I'm talking to you. You see me talking. You see me. You see my face, my eyes, my ears, my nose. But do you see me? What you see is me doing whatever it is I do. My hands going up and down. I don't know why. My mother never did this. My father never did this. I have some kind of need to move around. It doesn't take any of the weight off my stomach, so I'm very disappointed.
Good walk.
So, indeed. So this kind of movement is what you get. You get the showing of me. The question is there any me behind the showing? Is there a me somewhere inside that is showing myself to you? Do you know me from what you see?
Oh, your soul and your spirit is you.
Well, that would...
When your body dies, your soul and spirit leaves your body and lives on.
Well, that could be true. But would it be with my identity? See, this is the whole question, that we impute, we imagine, we assume that there is a Jamesness to James. So you might say, oh, I saw James in Macclesfield and he was doing what he always does. Because that's James. But that doesn't mean that there is a James essence behind which is driving it. What it does mean is that there are factors which come into being in these circumstances that cause this showing in a particular way. This is the same for each of you. In the different environments that you go into, you display yourselves in different ways. Do you have a true self somewhere? You might have a special friend, and when you're with them, you feel most relaxed, most able to be yourself. We know what that experience is like. Does that mean you are more truly yourself there? Because if you feel a bit awkward with someone else, that awkwardness is also part of you. This is quite an important point. If I think, actually, I want to be relaxed. When I'm with Mary, I feel really relaxed. Being with Mary lets me see myself as I really am. That's a sweet story. In fact, you'll find it as a major storyline in Mills and Boon. For the first time in her life, she felt... But having a boss that you don't like and you can't get on with, which is an experience maybe most of us have had, and you go into work with a kind of dread and you think, oh shit, what's going to happen next? That's also an authentic experience of life. That's me having dread. I don't like it, but that doesn't mean I'm not having it. When we think it's not right or not just, we've triangulated the situation. So there's the experience, there's me, and there's my judgment about the experience. But actually, I'm uncomfortable. What does it mean to be uncomfortable? That's another form of reflection in the mirror. So, we'll do just a little bit of practice before we have a break, and then we'll come back and do more practice. This is a very simple kind of practice. You can just sit as you're sitting. Relax into the out-breath. And just be present with whatever is occurring. As much as possible, avoid editing, Just see however you are. If you feel sleepy, if you feel bored, if your body's sore, however it is, just be with it. Essentially, it's to offer hospitality to the process of the flow of experience. And we'll just sit like that for about 10 minutes. Okay. So, one of the aspects of this very simple practice is to start to see how you might offer hospitality to yourself, rather than identifying with a thought. So say, for example, you go off on a riff about something, and then you think, oh, where have I gone? What have I done? In that moment, you're in an identification with what you might call it a self-comment or a subjective comment. What I was trying to point out earlier is this is a quality of movement. It's not the true nature of our identity. It's not the mind itself. It's a thought arising in the mind. We identify with the thought as if the thought was us, and then it carries us off, and then another thought arises and we identify with that, and we identify with that. The reason the mind can identify with so many different thoughts is because the mind, like the mirror, has no content of its own. So what we keep doing is confusing the reflection for the mirror itself. So when we're just sitting in open, hospitality here means just letting whatever happens happen. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. Without editing seems very crazy and disturbed. Just give it space. In the Dzogchen text, again and again, it says, however the mind is, let it be. If you don't try to control it, then you will start to experience what it's like to have no agenda, which means relaxed, open, tolerant. And then you start to see the mirror and the reflection are not the same. In that moment you have complete freedom, because we are the mirror. It doesn't matter what's happening with the reflection. That is wisdom. Then we realize, oh, I'm also the reflection. That is compassion. Because when we say hello to someone, or we chat when we go for a cup of tea, that chatting is our energy linking with someone else's energy. This is the energy of emptiness. This is the connectivity of the non-dual field of experience, and it's arising within the mirror. It's not that you come out of the mirror and go somewhere else. You don't go from limitation to freedom. But limited states and open states exist inside the natural freedom of the mind. So, as I say, after the break we'll do more of this kind of meditation practice. And what I've been talking about up to now is designed to help us see how to, without pulling the two apart, to see that the mirror and the reflection is not the same. So when you find yourself in a thought chasing another thought, or commenting on another thought, both thoughts are the energy of the mind. Both are reflections. You are not a thought, and yet you are. So we can't get rid of thoughts and just be open, otherwise it's a very big hole. To balance ourselves, although it's always been balanced, but on an ordinary level, to balance ourselves, we just need to have more experience of the openness. On all levels, I think it's very helpful, because it allows us to be more accepting and tolerant of ourselves, which is surely a good thing. Okay, if we take a break now for about 20 minutes. So, in the middle of the last session, we were focusing mainly on emptiness, but it started to move in the direction of Dzogchen understanding. Dzogchen is a tradition which has many different histories given to it. Some say it comes from China, some from Tajik, some from Udayana. It's a tradition which is not dissimilar to some aspects of Hindu practice as well. Essentially, it's saying, from the very beginning, there is a natural completion in everything. That's really what Dzogchen means great completion. It doesn't mean that everything is perfect in terms of the ordinary sense of perfect to imperfect. By complete, it means a containment of all the polarities, all the dualities. So if we say good, then automatically we think bad. If we say high, we think low. If we think water, we might think fire. Our mind works a lot with binary opposition. These create the sense of conflict, of difference as being inoperable. Because if you put water onto fire, the fire will go out if you have enough water. That is to say, they are antithetical, they are opposite to each other, and they won't lead to a creative synthesis. However, as I was giving the example with the apple and the pear, although there appears to be conflict on one level, as soon as we recognize that they are fruit, the wider perspective of seeing them both as fruit takes away the tension lines which are established by saying an apple is not a pear is not an apple. The main function of the Dzogchen teaching and practice is to allow us to wake up where we are, not to become something other than we are, but to see actually how we are. That is to say, it's not concerned with developing manifest qualities, but rather to be aware of that which has always been there, but been ignored. So in a very ordinary example, we would say, in the sea there are many fish, but as far as we know, the fish are not aware of being in the sea. Because they are always in the sea. They are born into the sea, into the water, and they spend their whole life swimming about in the water. And if they come out of the water, they die. So there is a givenness of the sea to the fish. That is to say, it's taken for granted, and in being taken for granted, it becomes invisible. This is a position that many mothers are familiar with. When your children take you for granted, on the one hand, that is a very high compliment, that you are indeed just part of the support services. But at the same time, you're invisible. You're just mum. And the child, especially small children, make a demand that mum should just be mum. They're not really interested in mum being anything else. It's only later, usually, that children start to develop some gratitude when they separate out from mum, and they're then able to think, oh, my mother did that for me. In fact, for many people, it's only when they themselves become parents and realize what a schlep it is to do all of that, they start to look back and think, woo, how much did I take for granted? So if you get the flavor of that example, this openness of the mind, the ground of our being, or in the language of the Prajnaparamita literature, the great mother, the Yum Chenmo, Prajnaparamita herself, we have been swimming inside her womb forever. This is the sphere of our operation. Her womb is the Dharma Dhatu itself. It says very clearly, the only way to become a Buddha is to be born in the womb of the Great Mother. The Great Mother is emptiness. We are already in emptiness, but we're in it in that particular kind of forgetfulness. Just as the child, in saying, Mom, where's my socks? Mom, is completely not seeing their mother. the mother is completely necessary for the child's existence. And the child expects the mother to know where everything of the child's world is. But is taken for granted. So we are in emptiness now, but we don't see it. Emptiness is providing everything we have, and we ourselves are of the nature of emptiness. But we don't see it because we are moving inside it. So the completion comes about when we see where we are, because if we go back to the image of the reflection in the mirror, when the reflection and the mirror are seen as inseparable, the status of the reflection is changed. The reflection becomes a reflection when you see that it's in the mirror. Now if you imagine in the morning you get up and you're cleaning your teeth or something, and many people have the mirror in front of the wash hand basin, so you see your face. That's what you see. You don't see a reflection, you see your face. In that moment, you're interested in the function of the mirror in showing you your face, and in taking it for granted, you don't see that it's a reflection. We don't stand there brushing our teeth for half an hour, caught in a cosmic amazement at the nature of the mirror. We're just cleaning our teeth and in a bit of a hurry. So the function of the mirror to show the reflection is hidden from us, because we not only do we not see the mirror, but because we don't see the mirror, we don't see the image in the mirror as a reflection. We take it for granted it's going to show our face. It's an amazing thing that this polished surface, or nowadays the silver coating on the back of a piece of glass, shows you your face in all this incredible detail. This is amazing. But we don't see it. In the same way, the open spaciousness of the mind is hidden because we are fixated on the forms of manifestation of our existence. We are ignoring something which is there, and we are able to do that because it continues to function whether we respect it or not. Just as mothers have to continue taking care of their kids whether the kids are grateful or not. It just goes with the job. So the practice is about seeing what is the mirror surface of the mind. We have some degree of clarity. That is to say, without thinking about it, we can look around the room and we see many things. We can make our mind a little quiet so it's not full of thoughts. As you turn your head around in the room, you can try this just now. Just look around. As you look around, many experiences are arising for you. Instantly, automatically, the space of your being, the existential field you're operating in, is filling and emptying with these diverse appearances. This itself is the presencing of the mirror-like clarity of your mind. It's able to show what is there. This showing is hidden from us because we are interested in some things and not in other. That is to say, we're looking for something. We enter the world with bias, with prejudice, and therefore we bring a distorted gaze into the entire field of experience. And because we're looking at entities, at things, at particular people, and we're thinking, I like this person, I don't like this person, and so on, we have these biases. We're caught up in the personness of the person we're seeing, that they're existing as something. And always the question, do I want to bring them close to me, or do I want to push them away from me? Where do I want to locate them in relation to me? this is quite solid. So from this point of view, being caught up in the details, wanting to make the world work to maintain the particular contouring of prejudice that we have, we don't see the fundamental clarity that's revealing the whole shebang. Because everything comes at once. There is a givenness prior to the judgment. Yeah? So, again, you can just tilt your eye quickly, you look around the room, and you see all of these things. Now, if you do it more slowly and you look at the particular shapes of people's heads or the colorings on the walls and so on, some things will appeal to you more than others. Once you get into that particular looking, not very nice. I really... It's as if, aha, success. Macclesfield has scored the first goal in 10 years. So, once you get into that particularity of vision, you can't see the whole thing. So, again, we could sit, just if you're looking out, look straight ahead of you, looking at what's in the far distance. Really focus on one particular thing. Now, relax your gaze and sort of open it from the sides so you become aware of the peripheral vision. Then move back to a particular focused vision straight ahead of you. Then move back into more relaxed attention to the peripheral vision. Oh, well, what do you notice when you do that? Pardon? With the second one. So. Any other comments? Right.
Viewing it dimensionally, various dimensions.
Uh-huh. So if we imagine that most of our lives we're looking down these blinkers or preset pathways of attention seeking. We're seeking the attention of something, we're hoping for something, but we're also wanting only to give our attention to the things we like and take it away from the things we don't like. This creates a very kind of convergent gaze. We're coming into a point. And that very gaze, when it gets merged with reification, with this creation of entities, and furthermore objectification in relation to people, we can easily start to see people as a means to an end. We want people to perform functions for us. And therefore, we're not in the same world as the other person. It's not like we're all the inhabitants sharing the same space, but rather we're acting on the presence of the other to try to create something that we want. That's a rather different kind of experience. So in the meditation, and we'll do some now, we sit with our eyes open. And it's a relaxed gaze into the space. We're not trying, at first we might focus, sometimes we begin by focusing on a white letter R, or you can use an English capital A, about 2 arms length in front of you, maybe 4 inches high. And that's just a kind of hook to pull your attention into alignment. The letter R represents emptiness. So we're focusing on emptiness, and then we release that fixation and the gaze opens into the space. In order to gather our dispersal together, in order to really open, we make the sound of ah 3 times. It's a way of allowing the various diverse vibrations moving in the body to align themselves on the basis of all sound. Because ah is the most basic sound there is. All the other sounds are seen as a variation on the theme of ah, really. Then when we're sitting, we're just sitting present with whatever is occurring. Sounds may be outside, cars going up and down. Maybe some people in the room are moving. You might see out of the corner of your eye person moving in the street. You feel sensations in your body. There are thoughts and feelings. All of this is arising and passing. Stay present with it. So now we have a question, well, going back to the earlier question, who is the one who is staying present with the arising and passing of experience? This is not a question to inquire into in a logical way, because all it will do is hook many, many, many thoughts. The key thing is stay present with it, and it will show yourself. If you find that there is some creature coming and eating things in your kitchen, then the best thing is to sit quietly at night and watch. And then after a while, little mouse will come out and run around and say, oh, it's a mouse. That's what it is. Now, if you run around the kitchen looking for the mouse, are you going to catch the mouse? No. Mice have very good hearing. And they hear your heavy footsteps coming and they are gone. But if you are very still, like an ornithologist waiting for a bird, they can't run around looking. They're sitting and waiting with hope and confidence, but no particular agenda. Because it might be a very long wait, and it might not go anywhere. So that's a particular kind of waiting, isn't it? It's the waiting in the satisfaction that waiting is worthwhile. And this has a particular taste to it, because it means the waiting is not a means to an end. I'm not trying to get something, although paradoxically, of course, you are trying to get something, but the more you evoke yourself as agent, that orientation will disrupt the field of activity and you won't see what's happening. So it's a kind of alert passivity. A passivity which is alert in the sense of being able to register whatever is occurring. So we're sitting open. Now there's a car going, we hear whoosh. Now, in hearing that noise, our mind might hook a whole series of thoughts, a particular kind of engine, or trouble with the engine, or the exhaust pipe's not very good. Whatever kind of associations come, don't try to block them. We're not trying to stop having bad thoughts and trying to get very good or holy thoughts. The space is open. Whatever thoughts come, stay open with it. This can be quite difficult at first, because we're used to having a kind of intentionality. I am trying to achieve something. But the foundation of this approach is the Buddha nature is already here. Awareness is primordial. It's from the very beginning. It is intrinsic to our situation. It is everybody's birthright. It always is here with us. It's the ground of our being. So we're not trying to improve it. We're not trying to get it. It is here. Just as the fish is swimming in water, all our mental activity is illuminated by awareness, but because we're caught in the thought, we don't see the awareness. But the awareness is the ground of the very experience of having the thought. So what we're going to do is put ourselves in the way of what is already there. Just as the bird watcher knows the bird is in the forest. The bird watcher goes into the forest and sits. Sooner or later the bird will come. Why? Because the bird is in the forest. There is nothing that the bird watcher can do to make the bird do something in the forest. The forest is the world of the bird, not the world of the ornithologist. So the ego can't get enlightenment. It's not that you're going to get your real nature and find out who you really are. Mummy, look, I got this gold star at school today. I spelled 3 words right. Oh, very good. Now you have 10,000 more words to learn to spell. Because once you get on getting, there is no end to getting. What you're trying to get is what you've already got. That's a different kind of getting. We all know how to go shopping. You go in, you look for what you want, and then you pay the person. I would like this. Okay, you can have this, give me your money. But how do you buy what you've already got? That's more difficult. The one who is buying needs to not put their hand in the pocket. Keep your purse zipped. That is to say, your resources, which you use to get things in the world, your charm, your skill, your intelligence, your knowledge, your memories, all of these resources are useless because they are for getting things you don't have. This now is the issue, to get what you have got. Because this getting what you have got is like getting a joke. When you get a joke, you don't get anything, but you get the joke. So it's a kind of like going to a chiropractor and getting yourself aligned. Everything you need is there, but somehow it's not quite aligned. So you click yourself back in. The ego can't do this. The ego is not aware, and it cannot be aware, because the ego is revealed through awareness. And you can spend a lot of time in meditation trying to make yourself more bright, more clear. But the ego does not have the capacity to awaken. Awakening is already there. So, being present with the natural clarity of the mind will reveal the natural clarity of the mind. But if you go out in the middle of the day with a torch and you're trying to illuminate things, it will be very difficult to see anything very clearly because your torch won't be working. In the daytime you don't need a torch because the sun is shining. The sun of awareness is shining. Put your torch in your pocket. Okay, so we do this practice. Sitting comfortably, the mouth can be slightly opened, the tongue on the upper palate, the gaze is slightly up, shoulders relaxed and open, and the gaze resting in the middle space in the room, and we make this sound of ah 3 times, just releasing the tensions of body, speech and mind, and bringing the center of our being into an integration or alignment with the white letter R, which is emptiness, or the ground nature of the mind of all the Buddhas, of all the teachers. Okay. So that's a practice some of you know, and you can do it in all sorts of circumstances. It's best at first not to do it for very long, because you don't want to make it a matter of effort. But it's really just finding the way to settle, which means that there has to be a subtle disidentification with the thought that claims to be you. Well, we've all had some sorts of experiences like that, in which behavior or identification which we've separated from, either willingly or unwillingly, is now no longer available to us. So you might have broken up in a relationship and dream about the person, or somebody asks about the person, and you feel a bit kind of confused because you're thinking, I'm not with them, but I could be with them. Or you might have given up smoking cigarettes and somebody offers you a cigarette and you say no, but you could also say yes, because the habit of the identification with smoking is still there, but you've decided not to smoke. So in the same way, the thought, and it's a very subtle kind of thought, this sort of feeling tone, this is happening to me, is very tempting. It seems just right. It seems to be us. And yet, if you stay calm, that thought will vanish. So these thoughts which have I built into them don't apply. Don't apply to whom? To awareness. Who do they apply to? Other thoughts which say I. That is to say, I am tired, I am hungry, are variations on a theme. So if you listen to the Goldberg variations of Bach, you get certain little themes which are repeated again and again, but with endless variations. The basic motif, I am, does a similar thing. You can insert so many different things with I am. I am male, I am this, I am that, I am female, I'm young, I'm old, I'm tired, I'm in work, I'm not in work. Whatever your storyline would be, you can keep adding on and on and on to that. And every time we add something onto it, that creates a validation of the seeming essential reality or truth of I am. It creates for us the felt sense that we're existing as something. Whereas what we're looking at here is the fact that I am is there, but as the emptiness or absence of an essence. I am is like the emptiness of the mirror. Because it doesn't have a content, it can support infinite contents. It's not the piece of bread that you can put endless toppings onto. It's not a piece of bread. There isn't an I amness existing as a thing. It's like the openness of the sky. Into the sky, clouds of many different formations can arise, subtle mists, heavy rain, storm clouds, rainbows, and so on. After a while, the wind blows them away, and the sky is open again. When the clouds were in the sky, we say, oh, the sky is very grey. But the sky is not grey, the clouds are grey. When the grey clouds go, then we see the sky. It's the empty, open receptivity of the sky that allows these different manifestations. So, as meditators, what we're wanting to really see is the point where I am gets filled with something else. If you see the empty I am, it's I am open. And that's not a linguistic statement, it's an actual experience. You're just open. You know it's you, not because of some interpretive thought or some reflective understanding or a self-reflexive immediacy of this is happening to me. If that happens, just stay with it and it will vanish by itself. I am open is just being open. And within that openness, many different thoughts and feelings arise. So, we've covered quite a lot of ground already. Maybe take a little time and talk with a neighbor and see if there are any things which seem very useful in this or unuseful, any things you might want to formulate as a question, just to try to give yourselves a chance to see if you're clear about what the main points are. Okay, so if you take some time to do that. Okay, so see if anything has arisen out of that you want to raise.
Sometimes in meditation I notice that thoughts just vanish and there's this feeling of spaciousness and emptiness, but there's still an awareness of that. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that awareness has to be, to use a word, be constructed and observed in the same way I was watching the mind sort of the rise and fall of thoughts and ideas and dreams, if I need to then also turn the attention to that which watches. That's my question really. Does that need to be constructed or observed in the same way?
Yeah. I mean, talking about the operation of the mind is very difficult. And we have quite a complex vocabulary already in English. So we can have a notion of a sort of observing self, or a watcher, or a witness. And of course, if I'm going to observe you, I need to be far enough apart to see it. So that kind of experience is inherently dualistic. There is a watcher and a watched, and there is an operation of watching. And in the Tibetan tradition, these are called the three circles. The subject, the object, and what's binding them. So what you tend to get in the meditation is a subtle form of the usual outer gross activity. Because it's subtle, it feels more light and spacious, but the basic dynamics of it are the same. That there is the world is split into a subject part and an object part. Now, the mirror shows the subject and the object. The mirror is not a subjectivity. Awareness and consciousness are not the same. But of course, this is like the Tower of Babel, because in different traditions these words are used in many different ways. But if we try to stay with the image of the mirror, as far as we know, a mirror is not making any effort to show things. So the showing that happens in the mirror is non-intentional and non-effortful. As an ego self, when we do something, we tend to have this, as you're describing, subtle background, self-rectifying judgment, interpretation, feedback looping about how we're doing. On its most simple form, it's a kind of self-reflexivity. That is to say, I know I'm doing it. So at the moment I'm raising and lowering my arm, I can see that this arm is going up and down, but on the inside I know it's my arm. That doesn't require any cognitive processing, but it does set up this is happening in relation to me-ness, which is the dualistic split. So in that state, when we become aware of the watcher, if you like, without trying to change this in any way, stay with the one who is the watcher. In a sense, it really means to stay as the watcher. But of course, if you merge fully into it, you'll just be it. In the Tibetan language, they say tok tu, which means like on. So it's like stay on the point of that. So you might, just as you might say to somebody who's, say, giving up cigarettes, stay on the point where your hand goes to pick up the cigarette. So be with yourself just on that. You're not observing it, you're just, And the clarity in that moment is not something apart from it, nor is it merged in it. So in the instruction books they say, don't push things away and don't merge into them. So finding that subtle middle point is the hard thing, because our tendency is to flip in these two directions. So we just stay practicing that for a long time, and gradually it gets a bit easier.
You just stay with it. You stay with the whatever enters the mind. You don't push it away one way or the other.
That's right.
You stay with the thought.
That's right. But
kind of turns with it in a sort of way.
Well, in a sort of way. But the key thing is, you could say, if we imagine this is a mirror in my hand, and you hold up the mirror, as the mirror goes around the room, different parts of the room are coming into it. So you could say the mirror is staying with what is in front of it. But of course, the term staying with implies some degree of volition, some degree of intentionality. The mirror is not staying with what's in front of it, it's showing what is in front of it. And that's a more simple, direct experience. Our mind shows us what's there. So just as on a very simple level, you can just relax and you look around the room and you see. In that moment of seeing, it's not as if there is a looker who is doing the seeing, there's just a seeing. And it's that quality of just seeing but that's referred to when we stay with something. So it's not like I have to stay with it, because again, that very intention brings the separation. I mean, if at this point, if it was a Tibetan talking about it, he would say, well, if you don't know what the taste of sweetness is, I could talk to you for 100 years. But if I can put some sugar on your tongue or some honey on your tongue, you will know what sweetness is. So the difficulty is, if we put too many words into the practice, we end up sitting with lots and lots of words trying to correct it around. But it's actually just sitting very simply. And at this time of the year, the birds start singing. So if you go to the park, or if you've got a garden, you can just sit in the evening, and the birds are making these wonderful cries. Let the mind just relax, very open. It is moving through it. And it's that quality of receptivity. You're not listening, as it were, trying to hear the bird, but you're a space within which the sound of the bird is passing through. And that's at the heart of it, that the awareness and space are inseparable. And that means this awareness doesn't have any shape. Whereas consciousness, because it takes an object, will have a shape. So if I'm conscious of people walking by outside, and then I'm conscious of you, that's a different kind of thing. Because in a sense, we're here in something, and they're doing something else out there. Okay? So my mind goes there, and then my mind goes back there. When it was there, it's not quite here, and when it's here, it's not there. You pay your money and you take your choice. So consciousness, it has an intentionality to it. It's going towards something specific.
But can consciousness and awareness overlap?
Ultimately, they are the same. But on an ordinary level, they're not the same. Because consciousness is the movement of the energy of awareness. So they're not two different things. But consciousness, because it's always caught up in an object, so going back to the example of watching something that's happening in your mind, you've now got a split situation. So I'm conscious of what's happening. We're not really, awareness is a different kind of experience. It's just like maybe on a beautiful summer's day you go for a walk and you're tired and you lie down in a field of flowers and you're just there and you hear some bees or something looking up at clouds. You're not in charge. You're deeply on holiday. The world is going on by itself. And you're just kind of part of the world. It's that kind of quality. You're present, but you're not actively present because you're not trying to do anything. You're just there. And it's this just there or just here-ness that we want to bring in the meditation. But you can't bring it because on that beautiful summer's day, it just happened. You've been walking and you're tired. You say, this looks nice. Which is why we do these 3 hours. Like, this fucking head, all these thoughts, all this stuff I have to remember and do, and cut it off. Nice. Any other thoughts? Sorry.
I was just thinking about, so you mentioned that thing about who is the one, so that kind of question. And I suppose, I don't know if it's a question or not really, kind of like when would you bring that in, or is there a time when that is a bit kind of premature or something? You know what I mean? It's like, so in the practice we're just trying to open and we're just trying to deal with whatever is kind of happening.
Yeah.
I suppose I was kind of like, when I was noticing the thoughts or whatever, I was using that question, but I sort of wondered whether I was doing a bit kind of clumsily or something.
No,
a bit like I was trying to wanting something, so I wanted to get into this state of emptiness or spaciousness.
No, it's a very important question. It's something which arises a lot in couple therapy. Especially one person has been out at work and the other person has been at home all day. When the person who has been out at work crosses the threshold, the person who's been at home all day, much changes. You probably can remember as a child having these fantasies, when I'm big I'm going to, when I'm older I'm going to do this, I'm going to get a bicycle and I'm going to get that. And then you get these things and somehow life's the same. And you think, maybe I can kiss that girl. And then you kiss the girl and it's very nice. But then life goes on. You still have homework to do. And so all these points that seem to be absolutely final, when that happens, my whole life will be changed. It's not really like that. Because we're moving in the same domain. The ego gets ego kind of experiences.
Comes back really to the impermanence, nothing to permanent.
That's right. That's
really,
right.
That's what it really boils down to.
That's right. But what is permanent is enlightenment and the moment of enlightenment, which means that enlightenment is not something in front of you. Nor is it something behind you. It's something that you are moving in, like the fish in the sea. And that's what is difficult for us to understand, because our lives are so structured around competition and getting somewhere and making things happen and arranging someone's birthday party or planning for retirement or doing something for some purpose, a means to an end. But the end, the great end, has already happened. It's here. The question is not where is enlightenment, the question is where are we? If we find out where we are, we'll find we are in that state of enlightenment.
Would it be helpful not to be using this word at all?
It might be. It might be.
Why use the term moment of enlightenment? That kind of implies sort of point.
Yeah, it does.
You're saying it's actually infinite.
Yeah, well, it said there's 3 things. There's the sky, there's enlightenment, and the moment of becoming enlightened. It's simply a philosophical way of saying that that moment is infinite, that you cannot enter into it. You know, For example, if I'm here and talking with you, I've forgotten my back because I'm looking out at you. I'm pretty sure somehow now that I start to think of my back, it's there. But functionally, it's not there when my attention's out towards you. So, we are supported by many things which are there, but we're not consciously attending to. So, that's a poor sort of example. I beg your pardon?
Subconsciously.
Not
To do that.
well, not even subconsciously. It is there, but it's not. Yes, it's not in my consciousness.
No, not in your consciousness
No.
as such.
No. But when we return our attention to it, it's there. But my back didn't go anywhere.
No.
It just wasn't there for me. So it's in the same way our enlightenment hasn't gone anywhere else, but it hasn't been there for us because we haven't been attending to it. Because we've been attending to something else. We've been attending to the busyness of life. Thinking about what to do in the springtime, to tidy the house or maybe get new curtains or whatever, however we spend our time. Being busy about all of these things is being like a busy fish swimming in the sea, swimming up, swimming down, swimming round and round. Where is the fish? It's in the sea. What does the fish think it's doing? What's for tea? Huh? And it's like that. We are so busy, we don't see it. That's all. So the purpose of the practice is to stop being merged in the busyness. Not stop the busyness, because you can't do that, but stop being merged in the busyness, addicted to it, so that the clarity of the mind, instead of collapsing into the phenomena that are arising, the clarity is allowed just to reveal everything. Then it becomes easier. Now, last question. Yeah.
Relating to what Daphne said, isn't there an act of compassion here? Because the point at which you're becoming self-conscious and aware of yourself that these thoughts arise, there has to be a kind of like forgiveness and a letting go. You have to give yourself permission to let go. And doesn't that sort of mean quite a kind of deep understanding of letting yourself be who you are, which is just...
Okay, good morning. So we have just this morning about 3 hours to do some stuff together. Maybe we could begin just with some quiet sitting, just to focus the mind, and focusing on the movement of the breath or an external object. So, to go through three different methods of relating to the experience of emptiness. The first is the general analytic method. But all three methods are concerned with the issue of how to feel safe in a changing world. As we looked yesterday, many events happen which lead us into states of confusion, which sometimes results in anxiety or withdrawal. And we often have a fantasy of wanting to be in control of life. When we are controlling something, we have a sense that it's under our power. That is to say, that we are in charge. We are, as it were, the big one, and the issue that's being dealt with, or the person that we're dealing with, is the small one. So big and small is a very useful way of thinking about things. As many of you will be familiar, in the tantric tradition, with meditation on very powerful or wrathful deities, there's a great stress on being in control. Many stories about Padmasambhava coming to Tibet and putting the local gods under his power. Now, that's an active form of engagement. and whatever you control can escape your control. So it's still a very kind of dualistic way of thinking about the world. It also means if you're trying to control a situation, you have to pay attention and devote a lot of energy to it. So you're on the job. If you're driving a car, you have to control the steering wheel, the accelerator, brakes, and so on. And therefore, you're being bound back into a particular state of relationship. In the heart of the Dharma is the notion that all beings have Buddha nature. Buddha nature is not an entity, it's not a small thing, it is itself infinite. Finite means something in a sense describable, something which has a shape, which has a beginning and an end, that is this certain length, a certain height, a certain color, a certain weight, and then you can make a definite conclusion about what it is. That can apply to concrete forms in the world or abstract categories as well. So a great deal of the structuring of life is based on competition for finite resources. I mean, that's what all competitive sport is about. There can only be one team that wins the league. There can only be one champion in Wimbledon, and so on. So you get many people contending for a limited resource. And finite structures tend towards conflict exactly for that reason. Big issue is always between the companies searching for oil in the world, because I think there's a limited amount of that resource, and the company, or especially the country which can control these resources, puts itself in a very powerful position. The likelihood of Putin being re-elected in Russia rests very much on the supplies of natural gas that are available, so that he's able to bankroll a lot of his schemes. We often feel finite. I mean, that's the normal sense of the ego self. We know that we were born, we know we're going to die, we are a particular height or weight, we know that we've got some skills but not other skills. That is to say, we can define ourselves. If we're defining ourselves and showing ourselves, this can feel quite empowering. But because of feeling finite, if somebody else catches us and puts us on the spot and we feel exposed, that's a very different feeling. That's the basis of shame reactions, where suddenly somebody's got our number, they know what we're up to, we've nowhere to hide, and we feel very, very small. We know that totalitarian regimes use a lot of their resources to make their population feel small. Putting fear into people is an enormously powerful and useful method if you want to control them. We've got so much European literature, George Orwell, Kafka, and so on, that describe very tellingly what that structure is and what it's like. And we can see it on the news every night in countries where people are being intimidated. And so the fear becomes an internalized corrective. The threat of torture, the threat of rape, which operates in many, many cultures, makes people afraid to act. And that's because we're feeling there are these big forces around us. What will happen if we do that? We have these predictions and trajectories of our hopes and fears, and we want to protect ourselves. So when we experience ourselves as small and finite, we're really quite vulnerable. Dharma understanding, especially in relation to emptiness, offers us the chance of directly experiencing ourselves as infinite. Infinite doesn't mean something abstract or mystical, but rather to see that, as we were looking yesterday, in each moment of particular consciousness, in each moment of having an experience, the experiencer itself is not a thing. The moment of experience that arises, for example, feeling wet from the rain, or cold, or tired, or excited, that particularization is finite, because it's not going to last forever, and it's arising due to causes and circumstances. But the experiencer of that finite moment is itself infinite. But that stands in relation to the image of the mirror we looked at yesterday. The finite is contained in the infinite. So again, it's not two back-to-back qualities. It's not either something is infinite or it's finite. The notion of non-duality, which is central to all the Mahayana teachings, means every limited form is itself within the unlimited. You don't have to leave the limited to get to the unlimited. The limited is already inside or inseparable from the unlimited or the infinite. And when we have an experience of the basis of our existence, or our Buddha nature, or our natural being, or the mind itself as infinite, then we have a huge freedom, because nothing can catch the infinite. Because whatever is going to catch will itself have a shape and a form. It will itself have a capacity, because it's got to wrap itself around something. But the infinite is elusive in that sense. You can never catch it, which again is why you can't get enlightenment, because it's not a thing to get, but it's a quality of existence you can relax into. Now, in trying to talk of this, we have many, many problems, because if you use a word like existence or being in the Buddhist tradition, there are a lot of critiques of these kind of concepts. But you also have critiques of the word mind. We have to use language, although we're gesturing beyond the limit of language, because language is based essentially on the experience of finite transactions. Language works in terms of comparing and contrasting, setting one thing in relation to another. So it's about linking. But that experience of openness, the infinite, is beyond conceptualization. It doesn't mean it's not something we can't partake of, but we can't get it. So the key shift in our experience is to move from grasping and appropriation, a sort of agglutinative sense that you can glue different aspects together and build up a composite picture, to shift out of that into a sense of being with what is already there. So essentially it's about clearing away rather than accumulation. Although we often feel perhaps a little lacking, a little unworthy, or not knowing, or confused, and we feel, oh, I need to develop more qualities, I need to kind of build myself up so that I can understand this stuff. That actually takes us in the wrong direction, because there's no end to learning. The issue much more is to attend to the way in which we cover up what is already there by believing that we need to be different from how we are now in order to arrive where we want to go. But essentially where we want to go is where we already are. But especially in these times of this modernist project, into the future. You know, one of the candidates in the Republican Party in America is determined to build this first permanent station on the moon as a basis for further space exploration. It's beautiful. I mean, there are a lot of crazy people in the world. The American economy is not doing too well. There are a lot of problems for the American people, even in terms of getting food and medical care. But somebody can have a project like that, a kind of narcissistic fantasy, and it can hook people's hope so much they get carried away. So this is our tendency, to imagine somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's this land that I dreamed of once in a lullaby. And you can call it Dewa Chen or Zangdo Pauri, but somewhere, it's somewhere else. When I get enlightened. So when you're a child, you think, when I grow up, I'm going to go to bed when I want and eat everything that I like, and I'll never eat vegetables again, and so on. So what we're trying to do is to drop that tendency that I have to improve something. Because why are you trying to improve something when you don't know what you've got? So the function of the meditation and the analysis is to look at what is occurring now and to see directly the way in which, when you see yourself or you see other people, it's through a glass darkly. It's through the veil and screen of your assumptions, your prejudices, your interpretive categories. Why do we believe that these are true? We live now in a multicultural society. We can easily meet people from different backgrounds, and we see that their assumptions about the world are different from ours. For holidays, people often like to go to other cultures just for that reason, to taste different kinds of cooking, to see people going about their daily life in ways that are not like ours. That brings to focus one of the most important basic methods we have, which is relativization. When we see, I do this, but if I had been born in another culture, I wouldn't be doing this. The reason I do this is due to causes and circumstances. So we look a little bit now in this analytic way of understanding emptiness. Primarily it's based on the notion of dependent co-origination, which all the Buddhist schools attend to in various ways. Simple formulation of it is, on the basis of this, that arises. That is to say, whatever we see as a phenomena is something which is manifesting, whether it's a thought manifesting in our mind, or external objects, or the shape of our own body. These forms arise due to causes and conditions. And the more we practice seeing in that way, we can see, as we were looking yesterday, that there is no inherent self-nature in anything. So the key to that practice is to look always for the invisible lines that are behind it. So I can remember as a child, as a teenager, starting to read the newspaper. My dad would have a newspaper every day, and we would read the newspaper. And in our house we got the Glasgow Herald, and my dad, who worked in a bank, would read that, and I would be reading it, and then gradually he explained to me, I read this book, this newspaper, because I work in a bank. The politics of this newspaper are right-wing. My politics are not right-wing, but I read this because I work in a bank, and the customers who come into the bank, they're going to have these views. So the function of the newspaper is to connect myself as a bank manager with the people who are the customers. And that newspapers don't tell the truth, they tell biased stories which express the views of the owners of the newspapers. But when you're a teenager, that's really quite shocking, because you've been trying to read your French grammar and your history books, and you suddenly realize these things aren't true at all. The whole damn thing's a con, because people have different ideas. You know, in Scotland you grow up saying we have the best education system in the world. This is a lie. And when we went to university in the first year, sitting in the seminar, people are talking. Who are the people who are talking? English people. The Scottish people couldn't open their mouths because they'd had a completely repressive, barbarian education being belted black and blue and shouted at by teachers. So all the Scottish people are sitting like this trying to get it right. And in a university there's no way to get it right because you have to express your opinion. But how can I have an opinion? I don't want to get it wrong. And you think, fucking, this is weird. This is dreadful. And these things are quite shocking. And we suddenly see the world is very, very complicated. That things which seem to be self-existing on their own terms, offering us the possibility of a simple progression. If I do this, then I'll get there. It's not like that at all. This is a great realm of wheeling and dealing. And that to be a bit streetwise is probably better than having lots and lots of academic qualifications. Because if you're streetwise, you see how it works. And generally it works as a scam. You know, when you look at our politicians, they're not the brightest and the best. But they're people who've got a nose for power, and through various backdoor alliances and so on, they get into these positions. So, dependent co-origination means not being naive, looking to see how it actually functions. And that means confronting the bit of us that wants to be stupid. You know, that we want to be a bit of a mug. We want to be a sucker. You know, maybe sometimes if you've had a hard day, you come home, what you want is some nonsense film on the telly, some romantic comedy, and you sit there and Tom Hanks is doing something. There's no challenge in that at all. It's just very, very predictable. It's completely stupid, but it's like a balm for the soul. We want to be taken in, because then it provides the notion of an orderly, regular progression. That's the force of stupidity or mental dullness, one of the root poisons that we have to struggle with. The sort of torpor or the entropy in our mind, the sort of bleeding away of fresh, vital connectedness to a state where we want to hear lullabies and know that everything's okay and life will just go on, and then we die. But it wasn't so bad. Just like the sheep in the field. Unfortunately, here we are on a Sunday morning, not lying in bed, but thinking about Dharma. And Dharma says, better to be awake. Awake to what? Awake to how stupid we are. Awake to our own tendencies to not struggle to be fresh, to get carried away, whether it's when we sit in meditation being carried away by thoughts, or whether it's outside interacting with other people being carried away by well-established prejudices and assumptions and so on. What we're wanting to do is to see ourselves in the process of our unfolding and to see how it operates, to see how the self as a construct formulates itself in relation to different circumstances. When we see that, it's not a question of not making any movement at all. I mean, some kinds of discipline, for example, monastic discipline, is about reducing the number of variables so that you can see more clearly what's going on. If you don't live in a monastic environment, your social interactions are likely to be much less choreographed, much less ritualized, and therefore you're going to be evoked and provoked by circumstances into particular ways of responding. Now, if you see the basis of that response, the real basis of it, it becomes possible to manifest it as a quality of compassion. So if you're speaking to babies or to old people or busy people or people who are resting, you speak in different ways. That we can all experience for ourselves. You can experience how the mood in an environment can affect you. And that is a mood that shows you a kind of image of yourself, like what you're at ease with and what you're not at ease with. For example, if If I go into a shop like Marks and Spencer's and I want to buy a shirt, that's quite straightforward. If I was to go into a very fancy boutique, that would be more difficult because the people there look at you as if, are you actually entitled to enter our shop? Ooh. Why are you wearing trousers like that? Please go. And you can feel that sort of frostiness in the air, that you would need to be perfectly dressed before you went into the shop in order to buy more clothes to be perfectly dressed. Crumpled people need not apply. And being professionally crumpled myself, I can feel that vibe in the air. Now that may be my paranoid projection, but I do think it exists. So as soon as you cross the threshold, something in the air creates a freedom or a non-freedom to speak, to be at ease, to be yourself. So that's a very interesting thing to observe, how the different environments you enter into bring about a mood of expansion or contraction. Then we see, oh, who I am is called into being by these different circumstances. Just noticing that again and again really brings you to the heart of dependent co-origination. That I am formulated moment by moment. I come into form according to the environment. And the environment is through perception, through sensitivity to mood, through state of health, time of day. There are many, many, many variables. And you can start to observe these for yourself. Just start to be very curious. Through that, we can start to see the dynamic nature of our being. It's not a dogma. You don't have to believe in it. It's just if you look, you will see that. We can also then see how being open to this ever unfolding fresh dimension can feel a bit exhausting because we've got the tendency to say, I've had enough. I want life just to be predictable. That's the function of attachment and heaviness of mind, timuk, a darkness or a sort of entropy, a sinking away. And it's always going to be available. To grasp into an assumption and wrap it around us. So from the point of view of analysis, we need to have a curiosity and a desire to see how does the world work. And we see that something like the NHS is very politically driven. That is to say, the health care of people, whether people are given operations or not, is determined by political decisions. You can't escape power. The same with education. The training of teachers, the number of teachers you have in a school, so the size of the classes and so on, whether you have supply teachers or permanent posts, all of these are political decisions. Whether a school tries to sack its older teachers and recruit younger ones because that's cheaper, these are political budget decisions. So the more we look, the more we see there are no fixed things at all. Our world is constantly manifesting according to causes and circumstances. When we walked through the streets in Macclesfield yesterday, you could see so many buildings are empty. There are so many shops. Oh, this speaks of something. So the mood of the town is a little bit collapsed because the economy is not very strong. And because the economy is not very strong and this mood is there, it's not likely to attract more people into thinking, hey, this is a growing market. So one thing leads to another, and then it creates that sense of hopelessness and decline. And of course, in the 1960s and 70s, many of the northern weaving, cloth-producing towns went into these declines, and it was only by large-scale immigration that the mood shifted at all. Then we see international cotton prices and silk production methods. These influence what arises and what doesn't. So that helps us then to look, when I develop an intention, when I want to make my life go the way I want it, I get thwarted, I get bold. Why is this? It's like that always. It's always going to be like that. That because the world is complicated, having a simple direction to carry through is almost impossible. When you look, or if you remember the rhetoric before the war in Iraq, there's this idea we're going to go in there and we're going to sort the people out and life will be better. Saddam cannot continue, he's a very dangerous person. And then at the end of the first year, there's total chaos. No water supplies in Baghdad, no electricity, sewage everywhere, snipers on the roof. Where's the clarity of intention at that point? Because of course it's a complex situation. And if it's complex, you can't know in advance what's going to happen. So the people who tell us, don't worry, we're in charge, these people are professional liars. Why do we vote for them? Because we want life to be simple. But life is complicated. That makes us stupid. I'm afraid that's how it is. That's a Buddhist teaching. It's not very sweet. But I think we all know that it's true. You know, it's being carried away by visions that life should be easy leads into great, great troubles. I mean, part of the economic crash was this mis-selling of mortgages in America, where people who had no money were being offered 120% mortgages on a house. But the people couldn't repay it. Oh, never mind, it'll be okay, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. And these kind of economic bubbles have happened in history a great deal. The South Sea Island bubble, the Dutch tulip bulb bubbles, and many, many famous historical economic bubbles, because people get caught up in a fantasy. If you think of the rise of communism and in its movement through the 1910s, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, people believing in this. And then as the truth of what was going on under Stalin comes out, so starts to go. But we thought, if you have a society based on fairness, on equal opportunity, that will be really, really good. And everyone will do well. And then you find out so many millions of people dying in Siberia. How could that happen? Well, because if you've got a simple view of the world, you're going to end up with violence. Because the world is complicated, if you want to impose a simple view on it, something terrible will happen. So, the peasants are good and the landowners are bad. Kill all the landowners and give the land to the peasants. But the peasants don't know how to run a farm. So we have a problem. You get the same in Zimbabwe just now, with the agricultural situation there and incredible inflation. Simple solutions don't work because life is complicated. This is at the heart of dependent co-origination. That rather than having the focus on action and change and management and making things happen, which is very much the discourse of modern life. More and more managers everywhere managing this, micromanagement, controlling all the variables. And at the end of the day, what do you get? Nothing but shit. Because it doesn't work. How much money does the Ministry of Defense make? We're going to buy these, new tanks, and it's going to cost £10 billion. And after 5 years, it costs £30 billion, and yes, it cost £30 billion. Where did all the money go? Where did all these scams come from? Production. You get these glib one-liners. Whose money is that? It's our money. People don't know what they're doing. We cut down the Amazon rainforest. That's what we see everywhere you look. It's human beings caught up in hubris, imagining that we're in charge, we know what's good, marching ahead. The best thing for human beings is to sit on your hands, not do very much at all. And to observe. And if you observe, as children are taught, look before you leap. If you really look, why would you leap? You might dip-toe in by not leaping, because it's complicated. The world is like a minefield, and we don't know where the mines are. So, in analyzing dependent co-origination, we want to see how, whenever you identify a phenomenon, whether it's a new person that you meet, you go to a new job, or something, your kids go have a new teacher, whatever the situation would be, when you see it for the first time, observe how you want to come to a conclusion about it. So maybe you talk to your kid's teacher and you say, oh, they're not so bad. Oh, I think that'll be okay. What's in play there? You feel, oh, that's fine. What am I doing? Am I really looking? Are there lots of questions I didn't ask? And why didn't I ask them? Is it because I'm frightened to ask them? Or I want them to like me? Or I don't believe I will get an honest answer? But can we really check things out? Can we really see what we're buying into? That's a very essential part of looking. So we can see this place here. Some of us met together a while ago, and we were thinking about the ending of this as a Dharma center, and now we're back again. It looks pretty much the same. This is due to the basic kindness of the person who's the owner here, Chris, who continues to keep an eye on what's going on, and is basically for the ethical use of this building. It's due to the energy of the people who involved in the maintenance and who are being thoughtful about continuity. Sue and Anne, Barbara, Gisela, Kath, Mags, and so on, people who come together and think, how can we make these environments flourish? Without that effort, we wouldn't be meeting here today. This is not self-existing, and then somebody had to work out how to bring some chairs in and so on. So everything is a construct. Then each person can think, so what is it that brings me here? What are the factors from my childhood, my current life, that I heard something about Dharma, or I read a book, or somebody mentioned something? And we see these little winds that blow across our lives, and suddenly we find ourselves moving in some direction. And that it wasn't a kind of clear intention arising out of ourselves, but it just sort of happened. We find ourselves in that place. So the more we look, we see there is no solid substance or self-essence at the heart of anything that we're involved in. What we have is forms manifesting as the expression of the interaction of the meeting of complex vectors. These vectors are force fields of intention and habit and mental formations suffused with emotion. So, a Dharma place like this arises because of particular kinds of intentions. These intentions need to meet a material basis that allows the continuity for a while. That may shift. We might never meet here again. But while it's happening, we can think, oh, we're just here. But this just here-ness is dynamic. Now, linking this with the impermanence we looked at yesterday, dependent co-origination is the moving together of impermanent, or in another language, dynamic features. There is nothing stable in our world at all, but our world is the manifestation of patterning. The patterning is intrinsic. We, when we want to control things, are often trying to adjust and change patterns and make them more customized to our own prejudices and tendencies. But this world is nothing but pattern. Pattern is how things manifest. They don't manifest as chaos. So, if we want to see the illusory nature of things, we can see we're here in this room together. On one level, it's full of quite solid, concrete substances which don't seem to be an illusion. But their presence here and our experience of them, as we were looking yesterday, are inseparable. But what is here is revealed to us by our particular orientation. We're not seeing our statue, but the experience of our statue is co-emergent with our participation. That is to say, how you participate with the statue reveals that statue for you. And this is where we have to look again and again. Whether we think there is a statue, everybody's looking at the same statue, it's just that we have different opinions about it. That's one view, and that's our normal view. But is that really true? What is this real statue that we all have opinions about? Then you go back to Plato's notion of ideals, that in this world we all see things according to our prejudices, but in this perfect realm you see things very clearly. Or in his image of the cave. And it's as if we are living in a cave and we don't have access to what's outside. All we see is shadows flickering on the wall, on the basis of which we interpret what's going on. Buddhist view would be different. Would say there is no fixed thing here at all. That to imagine that there is a self-existing statue is erroneous, because the statue which we see and which you could lift up and take away is here on a table. If you lifted it up, you'd find it's quite heavy, so you want to put it down. You then have to work out, where will I put the statue down? Because the statue is always somewhere. That is dependent co-origination. For example, here there is a metal, quite heavy, metal representation of a stupa. It's quite nice. I looked yesterday and the top of it has been flattened. It's had a little accident. Now, because it's metal, if you try to straighten it with pliers, it's likely to break off. So there's a problem. How could this have happened? Quite clearly, somebody sat on it or they packed it in a particular way and it got clunked. Huh? It's not self-existing. When the Chinese went into Tibet, they saw many statues like this one of Padmasambhava. And they hit them with hammers. And they took them away and they melted them down and used them to make guns and weapons and so on. What is there is experience. We are addicted to seeing things. You cannot see a thing. What we call seeing is a particular kind of experience. What we call touching is a particular kind of experience. So if I pick this up, I feel the heaviness of it. So I feel the muscles in my arm having to tense to support the weight of the object. This feels real. Why does it feel real? Because I wouldn't like to be hit with it. That's very basic. We learn that as a kid, don't we? When you fall out of a tree, or somebody pushes you off your bicycle, or somebody thumps you in the playground, you realize that ow is linked to boo. I don't want to be hurt. My self-protectiveness has me scanning the environment for danger. We do this all the time. We look at the environment, two things primarily we're looking for, danger and sex. This is kind of hardwiring of the human condition. So if something is heavy, it could hit me. Somebody could pick me up and hit me with it. I could break my bones. If I dropped it on my foot, I'd break the bones. So the solidity of that stands in relation to the nature of this soft body. Do you have a sense of that? When you see a car driving down the road, if that car came off the road onto the pavement and hit you, you would end up severely injured. So the relation to these objects is through myself. And if the car is being driven well and I have no anxiety about it, I feel relaxed. But if you're in a car on the motorway and somebody's coming up to overtake and they look as if they're swerving across the line, how does the body feel? Something is being communicated, isn't it? Something bad could happen. This is not safe. So that object, if it was being driven well, wouldn't be producing this. That is to say, how we make sense of a car is very much in terms of, do I need to attend to it or not? which, if you're interested in the 5 skandhas, takes us back to feeling tone, to the Vedana. That is to say, is positive, neutral, or negative. Most of the time, if you're driving, cars are just kind of neutral. But if somebody's driving very badly, it's immediately negative, and that feeling tone of anxiety is registering for us.
And it also manifests itself. Yeah, what the driver's
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. 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 And then we may well come to some judgment. We might think arsehole. And on the basis of that, we now know this is a bad driver. What's actually occurring is the movement of an object at speed in an irregular pattern. And if you're the driver, you have to negotiate to make sure that irregularly moving object doesn't crash into you. But out of our fear, we're likely to make some pejorative judgment on them, to see them as dangerous or bad, or they shouldn't be allowed to drive, or what are they doing. So there you see the concretization of something. It's actually just a kind of a movement. And if you avoid the accident, it just goes by. But a lot of the time people concretize that inside themselves and come to a very fixed judgment, because I'm in danger. So one of the key things we have to start to observe is, what is the nature of embodiment? Because as long as we have a primary attachment to the body, and the body is finite, we know that we get sick, we know we're going to die. As we get older, we don't have so much health, we don't have so much capacity to maintain focused attention. The prime period of our life probably runs from 35 to 60. Because up to the age of 35, most people are a bit psychologically all over the place, life's a bit chaotic, and then you start to settle down, your life takes on a bit of a shape. By the time you're getting to 60, you start to have these senior moments. You lose words. You can't remember the spelling of something. The brain is starting to dissolve back into the primordial treacle. And you start to think of the past. Oh, when I used to, in my day. And it's fading away. So that's not a very long time. That's 25 years. 25 years in which to be clear. And after that period, with diminishing capacity, you can still do things. But there are many things that become more difficult to do. And that's a fact of our existence. So we're often surprised as we get older. Oh, my hips are on. Getting up in the morning's more difficult. I wonder why. It's getting old. Well, I don't feel old. You are old. I don't want to be old, but you are old. So there we see that we develop this map in our head about who we are, and we don't change it. It's one of the huge horizons that's spreading out in this and many other cultures is exploration of the nature of aging, because the population is aging more and more, often with a fair degree of health. So what is it like to age? That is to say, what is it like to become less than? To mourn the loss, to live in a state of grief at missed opportunity, and then what to do with that. It's a terrible thing to mourn a loss if there's nothing you can do. Now, we're very fortunate in terms of Dharma because it always gives us something to do. No matter how painful an experience, if you see that many years of your life have just passed in hoi hoi and hoo hoo running around and being crazy, and you'll never get these years again, that bitter taste can be very useful. Because it's a reminder, well, I better start paying attention now. What will I attend to? What really has value? Then there are all these hooks, like the siren song carrying us off. I could do this, and there's so many movies I haven't read, and novels, and people to meet, and I haven't traveled to this country or that country. Are these things important? If we say yes, then the question has to be, okay, how will I read the novel? How will I look at the movie? How will I go to that foreign country? Who is the one who is traveling? What am I going looking for? Do I believe that going to a new restaurant is really going to improve my life. It's going to put some food in my mouth for a short period of time, and it's going to make a big hole in my wallet. But how will it improve my life? This impermanent experience is being cooked up in my head to make me feel this is special. And then it's gone. And then it's gone. And when we look back in our lives, how many of these special moments have we already had? Special holidays, special friends, special this, special that. And they vanish. This is the central point of looking at the dependent co-origination. The answer doesn't lie in the object. The object is not going to give you what you need. The object cannot complete you as a person, because all object formations are impermanent and all subject formations are impermanent. All you get is a momentary configuration, a concatenation, a coming together of faculties and situations which generate a particular flavor. So, I know people who travel all around Europe and go to America to play golf because they want to play on different golf courses. That's very interesting. You get people who travel to other countries to look at different birds or to see tiger parks in India because they want to see that, or to go on some nature exploration in South Africa. That's fine. But having had that experience, what do you get? Maybe some photos, some memories. In the old days, according to the Hollywood movies anyway, the gunslingers would make little notches on their gun for every person they killed. Adding up a score, a tally. But what do you get? Because the experience is gone. No experience, whether good or bad, can define who you are, unless you live entirely in the narrative. But when you meet people who have had a marvelous experience and who have woven it into their narrative and who want to invite you for an evening to see their 3-hour home movie of their visit to South Africa. And this is us on the Thursday afternoon. By that time we were getting quite used to what was going on. This is a really good bit now. Where's the wine? Because somebody's in their story. It's special for them for a while. And then it's bleeding away. And what you often see in that situation is the person's anxiety. How can I make it special again? But looking at a movie of your holiday is not the same as being on holiday. The holiday's gone. It won't come back. You will never ever be in that place at that time with these people again. It's gone. What you had was an experience, and the mementos you can bring from that are a new kind of experience. Watching a movie of your holiday is a new experience. It doesn't take you back to the holiday. But it's a kind of, it's like, you know, if you don't have much money as a student and you have to reuse your tea bags, by the third cup of tea there's not much flavour in it. You know, and that's what these kind of events are. There's a bleeding away. And in a sense, it's like, I can't get that special experience in my ordinary life. Which takes us back to another of Granny's sayings, the best is the enemy of the good. If you have a peak experience, the danger is it pisses on the rest of your life. Because it will never be that good again. So these attributions of specialness are often very strongly connected with reification, with the creation of the feeling sense of real entities and an objectification. When we look in terms of dependent co-origination, we can see, oh, that holiday arose due to these circumstances, it was wonderful, and it's gone. But if it was so wonderful, I don't want it to go. That is irrelevant. That's where we are imagining that we are in control of events. So, again, dependent co-origination is helpful for settling us into the place of the participant We're not the boss, we're not the slave, we are participating in an evolving field, and the quality of that participation will depend on the arising of what we call internal factors, memories and so on, and external factors, changes in what's going on around us. None of these can be stabilized. So this is a way of thinking you can adopt for yourself in any situation. You can think, what am I hoping to get from this situation? To get something. As long as we're thinking in that way, we're likely to shortchange ourselves. Actually, all you can get in any situation is the experience of being there. Then, it comes more back to the palm of your hand, because you can determine how present you are when you're there. In the moment of the experience, where was I? Because if you go on a perfect holiday, but when you get to your destination, you find that the airline has lost your bag, and you spend the first 5 days being in a terrible temper because you don't have your bag, it wasn't such a special holiday. Because you couldn't be on holiday, because you were with the iniquities of that bloody company and why they did this, and the service is appalling, and I'm going to write a letter and they don't care, and phoning. That happens to people. Where are we now? Now is the only time we have. We are time. Time is not some possession that you have, but we ourselves are always in the very center of each moment as it unfolds. This is all there is. Being present in time, being here, that is to say, embodied in a context, and now, which means not going after past thoughts, not chasing after future thoughts, but just being present. And that quality of presence is infinite, because the arising and passing of these seemingly internal and external factors, the subjective and the objective or the intersubjective, this is always changing and moving. Experience is changing, but the experiencer doesn't change. So this is the heart of the analysis. There are many books you can read on this if it interests you, but you can do it in a very simple way. You know, when you go shopping, you go to the vegetables and the fruit, they often have signs if it's a big shop from New Zealand or from South Africa. They are how amazing. What are all the factors that have caused this orange to come from South Africa? What are the trade links? What's the history of that? You can carry out that analysis yourself. And you can see all these complex chains of people. The people who work in air traffic control, who allowed the cargo plane to arrive on time. The guys who drove the van, who got up early in the morning. And what that means to their marriage, because they've got to be at the airport at 3 o'clock in the morning to get the cargo to take it to the market. Now, this guy's wife is not very happy that he's getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, because he's wanting to go to bed at 6 o'clock at night. And she's saying, well, we don't have any life anymore. And he says, but I want the job. That's what you see, is so many complexities of people's existence are hovering around this orange. The orange is not a thing in itself. There are no things in themselves. There are no self-existing entities. That's what we were looking at yesterday in terms of there is no internally defining essence in any phenomena. Once we see that, we realize that when we use language as a way of naming, essentially what we're doing is using a pair of cognitive scissors to cut out shapes in the world. We look in this room, if you just look around, what you see is color and shape. That's what you see, color and shape. And even the color and shape is interpretive. But what you feel you see is different people. Different people is a cognition. We are identifying, that's a man, that's a woman, that woman's small, that woman's tall, that man's like this, and so forth. We are cutting out a shape and saying this is a unique, discrete person. And we then in extrapolating them from the context, we apply to them particular forms of identification. So the control that the ego has in the world is basically a kind of violence. It's the violence of tearing asunder the integration of the non-dual field. That doesn't mean that when we talk to different people, we don't find ourselves talking in different ways. But these people are connected with everything else, just as we are connected with everything else. So in any interaction, complex lines of connection are moving. And we make a conclusion. I find it easier to talk to John than to Bob, because I don't know, with Bob, it's never quite... we have these little stories about this is what this person Bob is like, and this is what John is like, and this is what I'm like. Therefore, it's obvious that I would prefer talking to John than to Bob. This shape meets that shape and that shape. When you get into that, then you, if possible, you know which person to try to avoid. And then you come back to editing. Dependent co-origination is saying, because you and John and Bob are all connected anyway, why are you making this bias? Why are you saying this one is good, that one is bad? So, dependent co-origination leads us to equanimity, being open to every situation. If you're having a conversation with John and it's difficult, that's what you're having. That is your life. Well, I don't want that. It's not a restaurant. That's what it is. Why are we limiting ourselves to say, I can't inhabit this. This feels uncomfortable. So, dependent co-origination, if you look at it again and again, is to see the limitation that I see in John is the reflection of a limitation in me. So now we have two finite pieces, almost like we had a Lego set, and we're trying to hammer a bit that doesn't fit into the shape. Children often trying to do that. We say, well, that's not the right bit. Well, like with a jigsaw puzzle, you've got to find the place where it fits. This is the kind of experience we're having. It's maybe bitter, it's maybe sour, it's maybe sharp. It's not what I want. It is what it is. And all the schools of Buddhism are stressing that if you can stay with it is what it is and keep opening to that, you will find more contentment, more profound satisfaction than if you try to live life on your terms. Because a huge amount of energy is wasted in trying to manipulate the world rather than shifting our own position. Tibetans have a nice saying. They say, it's easier to cover your own feet with leather than to try to cover the whole road. So if you're trying to sort out other people and find the perfect moment, that's not going to happen. But if you can put the leather around yourself, if you can wrap yourself in flexibility, tolerance, openness, then you can be with what's there. And when we do that, the difficult experience is there for a while, and then it goes. So this is the way of taking up the analysis. It means to use your intelligence, to use your knowledge of the world, and keep examining what assumptions am I bringing into the situation. Of course, as an analytic method, it's quite slow. It requires you not to be so caught up in the situation. And so it's a kind of preparation for proceeding. In the Tibetan tradition, that's a basis which is then taken into the tantric situation, in which we make use of the various energies of the world. By harmonizing with these energies, we can have a more direct experience of openness. We can do a little bit of that meditation practice just now. And we do it by essentially dissolving the sense of dualistic separation between subject and object. So in the tradition there are many different deities, each of whom have particular qualities and so on. We don't have time just now to go into these details, but we can work with the essence of that, which is in the open spaciousness of the world, in the sky-like basis of existence, the pure forms arise. That is to say, out of emptiness or the basic unformed nature, a dynamic form is arising. This is what the conclusion that we would come to through the dependent co-origination analysis, but now we're taking it up as a kind of given and in a symbolic way. So you can imagine in front of you the infinite clear blue sky, a beautiful summer's day, not a cloud inside, just infinite shining blue. And there, just above the top of your head, in the distance, there is a ball of light. In the center, it's white in color, and around the surface, you have these rainbow colors, red, blue, yellow, and green, and white. And for some reason, Tibetans imagine there's white light in a rainbow. That's a cultural prejudice. So these lights are shimmering around, so just a ball in the space. And we imagine that this ball is the manifestation or the condensation of the body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas. Now, imagining something in our Western tradition is because we say that there are these two categories. There is fantasy and reality. And if something's real, it's not a fantasy. And if something's a fantasy, it's not real. Buddhist tradition is not operating in these two categories at all. Our imagination is the creative capacity of the mind to enter into experience. So just as when we were looking at the example of the statue, we are all imagining this statue. Imagination means images. Images which can appear external to us, images in our mind. These are constructions. An image of a car, an image of your own children. You have an idea of your own children. Other people meeting your children don't see your children the way you see them. Your children exist in your imagination. You might say, but I see them every day. I give them a bath. I wash their clothes. They're not the imagination. It's not a fantasy. That's the reality of my life. But again, we have to be very clear here. The Buddhist notion of imagination is not saying it's a fantasy. It says everything is imagination. Everything is the creativity or the energy of the mind. And according to the particular repertoire of contents in the mind, and according to the freedom of expression, that is to say, whether we are very habitual in the pattern making that arises as our imagination, or whether it can be more free and spontaneous, we have different kinds of experience in the world. So, in this blue sky in front of us, this ball of light, it's the living presence of all the Buddhas. You can do this with your eyes open or closed, depending on what's easy for you. You can try it out. And as we look at this ball of light, we imagine that from it, rays of light are coming into us. These rays of light come in through our forehead and purify all the substantial material sense of being embodied. They come in through our throat and purify all the reifying use of language that we have, all the rigidity of our verbal expressions, and they come in to the heart, the site of the mind in the tradition, and they purify our over-reliance on thoughts, feelings, sensations, so that our body becomes filled up with light. You can imagine it here just as white light. Our body is now completely transparent, and it's as if our skin is made of glass. So there is no solid substance anywhere inside our body. And as we're imagining this, we recite Om Ahum. Om Ahum, Om is the expression of the Buddha's body, Ah of the Buddha's speech, Hum of the Buddha's mind. And as we're making this representation, we're linking our energy with the body, speech and mind of the Buddha. So we do this for some time, all together. And then, when we stop the reciting, we imagine this ball of light is going to the top of our head, and it descends through our head into our heart. So the ball is made of light, and our body is light. So then our body of light dissolves into the ball of light. Now there is only one thing in existence, this ball of light, and it becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it vanishes. And we just rest in that state of complete openness, and then gradually thoughts, feelings and sensations arise. Just give space to them, let them come and go as they are, with as little interference as possible. And then we come back into the experience of being in the room together. So we'll do this for a short while, and then we'll have a break. Om Ahum, 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 Om Ahum. Mahum, 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 And gradually open yourself to the experience of being in the room. This is a very short practice, but it contains the essence of all the different tantric practices, and there are thousands and thousands of them. If you would like to do it more, you're very free to do that. You can elaborate it slightly by imagining the face of the Buddha or Padmasambhava on this ball of light. The key thing is to have faith. Faith is very important, because when we have faith, we gather ourselves into one place, and we're really believing this is the presence of all the Buddhas. We're not thinking about it or imagining it some kind of idea or fantasy. This is the actual presence. Here they are with me. And as we do the recitation, their nature, represented by the light and the sound of Om Ahum, is becoming integrated into us. So my nature is being transformed from my ordinary flesh and blood body, with all my habitual preoccupations and so on. These are just being gently dissolved and dissolved until I'm in this radiant body of light. All that I'm hearing is the sound of Om Ahum. The mind is just completely open to the experience. I don't need to have thoughts about anything else. And you can see that the tantric meditation evolved as a way of integrating spaciousness and energy, or movement and stillness. By the movement of the recitation and the visualization, the mind has a dynamic focus. And because the mind is used to being involved in complexity, if you give it a stable focus, like observing the breath or an external object, you have a discordancy between habitual tendency and meditation practice. So in Tantra, they take the very energy of our involvement in everyday life and transform it by moving it into a different mode. So now we're being purified and our nature is becoming inseparable from the Buddha. And then the presence of all the Buddhas comes in through the top of our head and down into our heart. And we dissolve into that. So you start with two things. Me as an inadequate person. In the Buddha I was saying, "Oh Mahong, please purify me, make me the same as you." So that's a strong duality. And now as the presence of the Buddha is in my heart and my body made of light now dissolves from the feet up and the head down into this ball of light. So two are going into one. There is now just this integrated ball of light. The ball of light gets smaller and smaller and then vanishes into space. So now there is only space or emptiness, the Dharmakaya, Dharmadhatu, infinite dimension of being. In that state, if we do the practice strongly, for a moment, there is nothing. Just open, nothing at all. Nothing at all, and yet we are present. So it's I'm present in nothing as nothing. In the Tibetan tradition, this is called riktong, or emptiness and awareness, inseparable. And then, inside that state, gradually experiences arise. Memories, thoughts, sounds of birds from outside, and so on. And then gradually we become more aware of complex manifestation. The key aspect in the practice at this point is to stay with the experience of infinite openness. Infinite means no limit. There is no limit at all to this openness. So when a thought comes, where does it come from? It comes from the infinite openness. If something has no limit, how will you import something from outside it into it? It's not possible, because it has no limit. Therefore, by definition, there is nothing outside it. When you really directly taste this experience, then you see, oh, thoughts are arising in and from the empty dimension of being. Sensations, the same. Ordinarily we think of sensation, oh, my knee is sore. Then we say, oh, I'm back in my body. But here, just stay open if there is a sensation. This is the energy or the radiance of the mind. So the Dharmakaya gives rise to this experience of radiant, nuanced, immediate sensation. Sensations, feelings, thoughts. This is the mind. And then, here is this room. Where is the room? Have I gone away on a holiday and come back to the room? This would be the ordinary understanding. But the point of Tantra is seeing the infinite emptiness of the mind. Now we see, oh, the room is in the mind. This room is experience. This is my experience. So we stay big, infinite. Awareness is infinite. And inside it, subject and object are moving. And they move ceaselessly. After a while we get up, we make a cup of tea, we have a pee, and so on. When we're walking, what are we walking in? The infinity of the mind. When we're talking, this is the sound of mantra. Everything we see is the radiance of the formation. This is the heart of all the tantric teachings. And you can do it as a practice. It's very nice. So whenever we get lost in life, whenever we feel overwhelmed by stuff and it's all too much and we feel oppressed and very small, you can take 5 minutes and just do this practice and come back into this openness. And everything is suddenly back in its place, in its size. Everything is dynamic movement in the mind. And if you stay open, like now we hear sound, sounds, colors, shapes, forms, arising and passing, arising and passing. This is the radiance of the mind. So in this short practice you have your own mind as the Dharmakaya, that's to say the Buddha's mind. Arising from this you have the Sambhogakaya. Sambhoga means enjoyment. Kaya means mode or body or aspect. And it's the quality of being present with all experience without entering into judgment so that you can enjoy it. It's an aesthetic experience. And then from within this matrix of aesthetic experience, we have the Nirmanakaya, which means the expressive form. Nirmana means an expression or a emanation, something which comes out like a spark from a fire. So moment by moment, your body is moving, gestures, postures, speaking, and so on. This is within the field of experience. So this is living non-duality. I am here in this room with you. I'm not inside myself looking out at you from inside a private world. There is no private world. The ground of everything is completely open. The field is what I belong in, and I am the movement of the field, just as you are the movement of the field. And each of us is the center of the field. So we don't have to control and conflict with other people, but we can move. And this is the integration of the three kayas. So that is a way of understanding the illusory nature of the world. So you can do that practice if you like. And now we take a break. There's still a few people waiting for the toilet. Let me see if there's any questions just now then.
Just seems like the real basic about practice. Do you sort of stop doing the mantra at the time when in your imagination you're dissolving into the ball of light, or at what? Does it
Okay.
Exactly what stage?
No, it's a helpful question. Generally, you would, if you're doing it on your own, you keep reciting the Om Ahung until you feel that your body's full of light. Of course, it depends on how much time you have available. So sometimes you could do it for 10 minutes, half an hour, sometimes only for 1 minute, depending on your availability. But generally speaking, you would do it until you had a sense that you'd fully received this and that there was now a kind of equalization. Because at first you can begin like almost like a small lost little child. You have all this power, I have nothing. And then gradually you're bringing about the shift, and then you go into the merging. And you find in the Tibetan tradition many mantras have Om Ahung in them, because they represent exactly the body, speech and mind of the Buddhas. And the Tibetans have a saying that Om Ahung is the essence of all mantras. So if you know many mantras and you don't have much time, if you say Om Ahung 3 times, all your mantras are taken care of. These are called tricks of the trade. Okay, so in relation to Dzogchen, which is the third way of experiencing this illusory nature, in all the different vehicles or ways of practicing in Buddhism, they can be thought about in terms of 4 factors of view, meditation, activity, and result. One of the reasons for giving a lot of explanations is to make sure that the view is clear. Because if you do the meditation practice without being clear about the view, it's then difficult to see where you might get lost in the meditation or start making mistakes. So in Dzogchen, the view is, from the very beginning, our own nature has been completely pure. That is to say, all seeming defilements or confusions or errors exist in relation to our real nature or our natural condition as a reflection exists in a mirror. The reflection doesn't contaminate the mirror. It's not outside the mirror, but neither does it merge completely into the mirror. So, say for example, say you've got a tendency to be lazy, and that sometimes that annoys you. And you think, I don't want to be lazy. If I was not lazy, I would be a better person, and I would be able to make better use of my life. That's a thought. One thought linking into other thoughts. It's creating a kind of package or a schema. Who is having that thought? You are aware of the thought. The thought seems to have the light of its own. So, when you're at school, you're told by the teacher to pay attention and really think about what's going on. So we've got the idea, when we talk about the European Enlightenment, we're talking about the light of rational thought. But the light of rational thought can penetrate into some of the mysterious dark corners and dogmatic propositions, the remnants of the Middle Ages and religious dogma and so on. And with the light of the clarity of the thoughtful mind, there will be a freedom of experience. That was Voltaire, Diderot, and Rousseau, and so on. And that's very much the basis of what we think, that thought is illuminating. From the Dzogchen point of view, the illumination of the thought is like the illumination of the moon. The moon has no light of its own. It's the sun which gives the light, which is caught by the moon and which is then reflected out, and so we see on a full moon night this great ball in the sky, and in some countries you can even read a book by the moonlight because it's very bright.
It kind of ricochets off.
Exactly. So it looks as if the moon is the source of light, and then we realize no. It's a relay station for the light of the sun. In the same way, the natural luminosity of the mind, or awareness or rigpa, is like the sun. That is what illuminates the thoughts, the feelings, the sensations, which then seem to have a light of their own. And when we are very caught up in the thoughts and feelings and sensations, their illuminating capacity and busyness sets off particular patterns, and we get into something, we're onto something, and it's all very interesting, and we seem to be getting somewhere. But in that very busyness, we don't see the actual source of the illumination. So when we say the mind's been completely pure from the very beginning, it means no defilement has ever covered it up. And these defilements are actually aspects of the natural illumination which are taken to be self-existing. So, for example, if I'm lazy, I think my laziness is getting in the way of my freshness or my commitment or my practice. It's an impediment, an obscuration, an obstacle. It stands between me and what I want to do. Therefore, I have to remove it. From the point of view of Dzogchen, and it's a bit similar to what we were doing in the last practice, when we experience the natural openness of the mind, where is the factory creating these bad thoughts? Where is the production system for these limitations and obscurations? If the ground is infinite, there is no other source than the ground. Therefore, what seems to be a limitation, if you stay with it, you will see that it vanishes. It is a self-liberating, energetic manifestation of the ground. So, as it were, from the dualistic position, when I'm thinking about myself, when I'm standing in relation to myself, I'm saying, James, you have a problem with this. Right? So I am speaking to myself about an aspect of myself. So you've got a complete triangulation. In this, the one who is speaking, I have to say this is a fact of my existence. I have to own up to it. I have a problem with whatever it is, laziness. The one who's saying that seems to be very honest, very clear, speaking the truth. Why would I say this about myself if it wasn't true? Wouldn't I be more likely to say, I am a wonderful person, rather than I am lazy? So I'm heartfelt, honest. It's a fact. That gives a felt sense of, there's a root clarity in that. I don't feel any impediment. I'm making my confession and I feel quite open. That is, from this Dzogchen point of view, that is a pseudo-illumination. Because it's actually the light of the ego. It's like the moon. It seems bright, but whose brightness is it? I have a problem with laziness. Arises in the mind. And then a thought comes, oh, Monday morning tomorrow, I have to make sure I remember to put these bits of paper in my bag before I go to work. In that moment, I'm being quite efficient in my planning, and I'm not being lazy. Where has laziness gone? And where has the one who recognized the laziness gone? Because I know that I am lazy is a group formation. It's a gestalt. Different pieces have come together and made a pattern which seems convincing, which seems to be true, which seems to have intrinsic value, and then it's gone. And now I am into something else. And as we looked yesterday, it is the very openness or lack of inherent content in the first person singular that allows it to carry out its function. It is because I, as a signifier, is empty that it can be used to signify everything. You know, this is a watch. If we were children, we could imagine it's a big bird. Woo, woo, woo. But if we're adults, we are not allowed to do that kind of thing. So we can imagine things about anything, but usually not very much. Because once you've nailed this label of watch onto the object, it's a kind of done deal. Everything falls into place and it is what it is. What is it? It's a watch. And you get a sort of solipsistic little sealed definition.
Although it could be called a timepiece.
It could indeed, yeah. But as long as we've got it defined in that way, there's a restriction on movement. But the first person singular, I, is not like that. Because I has not say, I am something, and keep saying it and keep saying it. If you do that, then you will end up in a mental hospital. If you say, I am Jesus Christ, I am Jesus Christ, I am Jesus Christ, I am Jesus Christ. After a while, people say, I know it's Sunday, not the best time to arrange an admission, but we're going to do that. Because, and this is very interesting in relation to everything else we've been talking about, it's very odd if somebody says the same thing again and again. Sometimes kids do that. Like in the back of the car on a long journey, they get into just saying, I'm a spaceman, I'm a spaceman, I'm a spaceman. Shut up. But generally speaking, we human beings keep redefining ourselves. If you meet someone in a cafe to have a chat, they're going to tell you different things. If they're telling you 101 versions of the same thing, you kind of, I think you've already told me about that. Because we want change and variety. That is a two-edged point, isn't it? That's like sort of Janus. It's facing in two directions. The more stories we tell, the more we can be wound into a never-ending revelation of something, because we never get to the bottom of who we are. Or we can catch it in the moment. Oh, I am able to say all these different things about myself because myself is not a definable thing. So when I say I, who is the one who says I? What is this I? That is the door. Sometimes looks like a very small door, sometimes looks like a completely always open door into the natural condition, which is the mind is a radiant awareness or presence, a presence devoid of inherent content, and therefore the host, the sphere of hospitality of all experiences. The very emptiness of my mind allows me to be everything that I've ever been, and allows all the possibilities of samsara and nirvana. So, seeing this, looking into it, you can read in the book there, Simply Being, there are many descriptions of this, translated from the traditional Tibetan text. In seeing this and relating it to ourselves in the meditation, we start to see that all the points where we snarl up, where we turn in on ourselves, where we become convoluted, knotted against ourselves, or overexcited and a bit manic, whenever we get into something, we're on about something, we're carried hither and thither. These are all movements within the sphere of the mind. Whatever we say about ourselves is both true and a lie. Because in a while it'll be lunchtime, so it'll be reasonable to say, I'm hungry. If you have some lunch, and then somebody offers you some food, you say, I'm not hungry. And they say, yeah, but you told me at 12 o'clock you were hungry. So I've gone to the shop and I've got you some food. You should eat it. It's only polite. Yeah, but I'm not hungry now. Oh, so you were hungry then and you're not hungry now, huh? What kind of a person are you? Lying and cheating, misleading me, huh?
Not least two-faced.
So, everything we say is true situationally, in a particular context, according to the dependent co-origination. These many factors create the situations. I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I'm happy, I'm sleepy, I'm excited, I'm bored. It arises. It is situationally important, and we might choose to voice it and work with it, and then it's gone. Bringing these things together, we have the natural openness of the mind, the immediate spontaneous presence in the field of experience, a field of experience which has never been cut. There is no splitting, there is no tear inside this, and inside this there are ceaseless movements of diversification. This means I'm hungry, I'm tired, and so on, is expressing momentary manifestation in a situation grounded in emptiness. Emptiness has a field within which unique specific gestures are occurring all the time. The integration of these three aspects of our being is the understanding of Dzogchen. When we are caught up in the specific manifestations, in how we are in the moment, and And when we try to solve that manifestation by applying the antidote of other manifestations, life tumbles on. And we have the ceaseless busyness of endlessly trying to correct ourselves. So if you have a mountain bike and you go out in the Peak District, because the ground is rough, you're having to adjust your balance in a very dynamic way, moment by moment. That is an activity. If you don't keep adjusting your balance, you're going to fall over. You have to be balanced to keep going. This is the work of the ego. It's always trying to rectify the tilts which are brought about by circumstances to make it okay. We do that in our own particular ways. Some people are very placatory as a way of trying to lower the danger from an aggressive others. Others are very emollient. They're kind of trying to make everything sweet. Other people become aggressively dominating and controlling. But these are all moves to try to stabilize the imbalances which occur in the field of manifestation just because it's turbulent. It's always turbulent. From the point of view of Dzogchen, this is not to see the real problem. Because as long as you only are attending to manifestation, everything that happens is very real. It's kind of banging into you. Not another thing. Oh, I've had enough. We get overwhelmed and filled up with stuff. And of course, in that situation, we become impulsive. In the British prison system, there are, a fair percentage of people, but I'm sure it's less than half, who have committed clearly intentional crimes. But many, many people are there because of impulsivity. And as we know, especially in women's prisons, there are very high degrees of mental distress that was present before these unfortunates went into prison. So that force of being filled up and overconnected with the world and becoming hypersensitive to what other people do, to feeling that you have to stand up for yourself and defend yourself. That fragile ego skin is a great source of getting into trouble. It's found in all the different kinds of so-called personality disorders. That's a very kind of unfortunate and unnecessary movement in samsara. From the point of view of Dzogchen, what is missing is the integration in the natural openness of being. Being here means just presence as aware potential. The awareness is awareness of the openness, just within that there is always the potential. There's the potential of the situation and the potential of our qualities. And these patterns are ceaselessly manifesting. The Tibetan word for that is hlundrup, which means instantly formed, or all of a piece. That the world arises all of a piece. So when we turn and look out the window, we see bits of the cars, bits of the building, and so on. We don't build it up one piece at a time as if you were doing a painting. It arrives all at once. You wake up in the morning and everything's there all at once. So that's a thing to attend to. The immediacy of experience, and then by being present in the immediacy, what you're called upon to do will appear. If you have to be with other people, if you're a teacher or a parent or work in a shop, how will you speak to different customers, different children? Well, it helps if you see the child you're going to speak to. The child will show how they are. Having seen what they have shown, you respond to that. That's not very difficult. But if you have an agenda in your head about how a child should be, And if you have already formulated a reading of how that child is, in your interaction with the child, you're going to introduce your preformed interpretation, and that will be a violence to the child in this moment. It's not that the idea in your head about the child is necessarily wrong as an overall account of the average behavior of the child, but in this particular moment, what is the state of this person? And from the Dzogchen point of view, you're only really going to be able to know that if you are fully present, which means you're in your belly. You have a kind of feel of the person. You're in your heart. You're open to the person. You're in your senses. You're seeing how they are. That gives you the richest possible account of how that person is. And then, because you are present, you have access to the widest domain of your own repertoire of responses. And so their being and your being arise together. And that's the non-dual co-emergence, which is the ceaseless unfolding of our being together in the world with others. So these are the three factors. Openness, the aesthetic immediacy, and the gestures which occur within that in an ongoing basis. For example, to use an example I think I've used many times when I've been in Macclesfield, when I travel in the underground in London, I see people with their feet on the seats. When I was a child, someone would have said, take your feet off the seat. They wouldn't have had to say, look, there's a notice on the window. They'd just say, take your feet off the seat, and the other person would say, I'm sorry. Nowadays in London, what is the permission to say that? So in my head, I may want to say, take your feet, or even please take your feet off the seat. But my belly is telling me the social contract that gives permission to say that is asunder. It's gone. Kaput. So that's why we have to be through these different aspects of ourselves. Because if we're not in communication with all these levels of information, and we shoot out from some limited position in ourselves or self-state, the message that quacks out onto the world is likely to cause a disruption. It's not going to be a smooth arrival. So, relaxed and open, present to the entire field, which is not based on cognitive processing. It doesn't mean that you've got some rapid computer that's analyzing all the data. It's just the immediate receptivity that shows us what's there, and then the gestures arise. And the interesting thing about that gesture is you don't have to think about it. And it's okay, because you're in time. Openness is always present in time as it is, because time is just this open, open, open. And the immediate rising of everything is within the openness. So if you're connected and you speak, you connect. It's just like that. Generally speaking, the more we practice this, we won't bump into other people. The right words will come out of your mouth because you're there. And that's a marvelous thing. And certainly working in the sphere of therapy, sometimes with groups, families, couples, individuals, again and again, what I can see is people are out of time. And because they're out of time, they're out of rhythm with the people they're connected with. And so they bang into them. Because they spend time in themselves, either in making over-elaborate formulations of what they want to say and how they want to be, which is just mismatching where the other person is, or it all comes out in a sudden blurb as an impulsive gesture, and again it misses the other person. Because they've been in their own time, the time of their memories, cooking it over. Well, last time we met you said that, and I've got to tell you, and da-da-da. Okay, but you're saying that last time I didn't listen to you, and I've come in from work and I'm tired and you're bending my ear, you're not seeing me. And it just goes on and on and on. Because we're into the future, planning, hopes, what do we need to do? Anxiously trying to control what hasn't yet come. Or caught up in the past, it's not fair, why did you say that? I had thought we were going to do this and now we're doing that. Well, you should have told me, and I don't think that that's very good. Cook. And then when you get that tight formulation, it's got such a shape of its own. Where are you going to find the shape in the world that will exactly fit into? It's highly unlikely. So you try to ram it into the other person. And of course they think, whoa. And then you see, again, you never listen to me. You never listen to me. Well, who would want to listen to that? And so we see it just goes on and on and on. And that's the tragedy in samsara. It's not that people are bad. It's that we're all off balance and we can't find that central point. So just as if you were learning something like Alexander technique and you're imagining this string coming out of the top of your head, you have a sense, oh, I feel straight, but if I look in the mirror, I'm off balance. So I can't trust my feeling. That's very important. Now, feelings, sensations, thoughts, because they are, as it were, inside us, feel very, very intimate. If I can't trust my feelings and thoughts, what will I rely on? Do I have to rely on other people? That's probably a bit scary, especially if you've had some difficulties in your life. You know, once burnt, twice shy. I'm going to trust myself. But I'm not very reliable, but I don't trust you. That's not a very nice place to be. What can I trust? What do we take refuge in? The mind itself, that is to say, the mind as an awareness free of content. So we're not relying on our unreliable thoughts, feelings and sensations. We're relaxing into the openness of the immediate awareness. That is always reliable. And why is it reliable? Because it doesn't have anything inside it. Emptiness won't let you down. That's quite strong. Stuff lets us down because it could be the wrong stuff. Having the right stuff at the right time is quite difficult. So we have huge logistics departments. I mean, there's some huge building construction going on. You've got these incredible programs for bringing in when do you need the plasters, when do you need the joiners and this and that, because all these jobs have to be dovetailed. That kind of analysis in the Second World War for developing the ways in which the somewhat hostile allies could collaborate together gave rise to modern systems theory, where we look at organizational systems or family systems and see how can complex interactions be managed in a way that has minimal friction and optimal synergy. Part of that is to realize that all systems operate in space. These are movements in space. And therefore, a shared sense of space has to occur. Now, the way that works in therapy is you remind people in the family that they're not the only person in the family. That other people exist. So in the old-fashioned Milan school, you would say to a child, I'd like to introduce you to someone. I don't think you've met them before. This is your father. Now, what your father needs to say to you now is, this is your bedtime, this is what you have to eat. I'd now like to introduce you to another person you haven't met. It's your mother. One other thing I have to tell you, as a child, your mother is not called Jean. Your mother is called Mother. And every time you call her Jean, you're lost. If you call this woman Mother, life will start to make more sense. So now you have a mom and a dad. That's pretty good. And that's really important, because then the system can start to operate, because there's a mom and a dad and there's kids. And the kids know they're kids because they've got a mom and a dad. But if you call your parents John and Jean, quite difficult, because the role starts to collapse. key thing about that is what's being rectified is the proper working of a theatre. The stage is the emptiness of the potential of the environment they share, and within that, these characters in role can now start to elaborate the play of the family. Probably not a happy family, but anyway, a family that might survive, because people have a role. If you don't have a role, it's more difficult. So that's an ordinary level of example, that you need to have the empty stage for the theatre to be established, and people need to be in role. Now, can we allow the situation to determine our role? This links back to this general Buddhist notion of the Bodhisattva vow. In this and all my future lives, may I benefit sentient beings. Now, how do we benefit sentient beings? You could do it as a sergeant major, you could tell them what to do, you could have a superego function. I'm enlightened, I know the truth, you should do what I say. In the Western world, that probably wouldn't be very successful. Or you can do it through an attunement, getting close to the actual lived structure of the other, and finding a way of meeting and then working with them. Now, in order to do that, you have to allow the person to be there, as they are. And you have to allow yourself to be malleable. They can be fixed. I will unfix myself in order to find a fit. But why should I? It's not fair. It's not up to me. That's what makes it difficult, isn't it? That's the ego resistance. I mean, in the world of therapy, there are many stories of that, particularly, say, with people who have severe handicaps and they spend all day rocking. And then a therapist comes in and decides that they'll start rocking with the person, and after a while, the rocking changes and they start to come into some gestural conversation, and that can lead into a movement into language. There are many beautiful stories like that. It's much easier to do that as a therapist because you have permission to do it. But if you're in a complex family dynamics or you have difficulties at work, finding a way of moving yourself to make the fit with the other is often like pulling a rubber band. You make your gesture, but at a certain point you think, why am I off balance? Trying these people, I don't know why I bother. And that's the difficulty, isn't it? We think we're being generous, but actually we've got the meter running. We are calculating the cost to ourselves. And that is because we have a home base. I know who I am. I know what I need. I know what I'm like. This is me. So the more defined we have ourselves as a person, you could say the more individuated we are, the more authentically ourselves we are. On one level we have more freedom, but on another level we have a great deal of limitation. Because we then become hypersensitive to being pulled out of the position that we take up. I remember many years ago working with a lady who had started a therapy centre in London. She was a very powerful lady and very able to make many, many things happen, but quite controlling. And one day she came to the conclusion, I have been shamed enough in my life, I will never let anyone shame me again. As a result of which she behaved shamefully for many years. Because any time anybody tried to say, what are you up to? Her interpretation was, don't you try to tell me who I am, don't you shame me, I can be who I want to be. And that's not very successful. From the point of view of Dzogchen, we are being invited all the time to become malleable, flexible, adaptive. What is it that gets in the way of that? Our resistance. What is the resistance based on? An overdetermined sense of who we are. Because actually, fitting is the basis of workability. If things don't fit together, how could they operate together? Because they're going to crash into each other. So how do we find a fit? How much do I need to expect of other people to make if I'm going to make my adaptation to fit them? If you do 50%, I'll do 50%. That's fair. If the other person only does 10% and I do 90%, maybe I'm a mug. Maybe I'm being in some kind of collusion with their need to be in control and to turn other people into their servant. Maybe. But if that is the limit of their existence at the moment, if you make it as a heartfelt gift to them, you won't be in collusion, because you'll know what you're doing. We're only in collusion when we're sucked into someone else's positioning. So, from the point of view of Dzogchen, we can go out of our way to be helpful to other people, if that seems the right thing, if it's the right time, and so on. Flexibility is okay if you can rebalance in each place you go to. So, for example, this brief time we've had here, we've done a couple of times this focusing on the breath or a simple external object. We decide, I'm going to focus on my breath. Now my mind is wandering off. Oh, I recognize that. I'm going to bring my mind back. I know where I should be. Therefore, when my mind goes off after something else, this is an error. If I bring myself back, I am now where I should be. Having a sense of where you should be is quite important in terms of the ego's domain. We can then work out where we stand in relation to other people. Awareness is like space. When the light first starts to come up in the morning, especially if you're in a place without clouds and it's kind of warm environment, you usually see it more. Before the sun has risen, you have this blessing of aurora. You get this diffuse light that spreads through the world. And it's as if everything has a very soft illumination. It's when the sun comes up, immediately you get strong illumination and shadow and so on. But that soft illumination, pervasive, the light is everywhere and doesn't have yet a clearly defined source. When the sun's over the horizon, you can see the light's coming from the sun. That's used as an image to indicate awareness is everywhere. So when we're sitting and meditating, thoughts are arising. If you find yourself caught up in a thought, it links with some other thoughts and it takes you here. Then you think, oh, now I'm here. Where do I have to go to get back to where I am? Here or here? The mind is everywhere. Wherever you are, you're in the natural openness of the mind. Now, if you taste that, you'll never get lost. You'll never get lost. So in our ordinary life, we get caught up in stuff, we get maybe a bit depressed, or we're worried about things, maybe fearful about getting older, or whatever it would be, and the mind starts turning around in that. They might think, oh, I've been studying Buddhism, I shouldn't be like that, I should be another kind of person. I need to take myself out of this and put myself in a better place. From the point of view of Dzogchen, the question is, where are you in your depression, in your anxiety? Where is that? Who is the one who is feeling the depression? This is the open awareness of the mind. So if you just stay present with whatever is occurring, in that very place itself is natural freedom. But if you imagine that there's a better place to be, you will give up natural or intrinsic freedom by going in search of a constructed freedom, which is to say, your conceptual notion of where a better place would be. In the midst of depression, there is space. In the midst of anxiety, worry, confusion, self-hatred, self-doubt, I hate myself, I always get it wrong, I don't know, I feel so embarrassed, I don't want to go back there, people will be thinking. If you get into a tumble of that, what is the moon? What is the sun? The bit of you that is saying, I can't bear it. I'm going to feel so stupid. I wish I hadn't done that. You can feel all the... That looks like, I see myself and there seems to be a clarity. That is the moon. Where is the sun? The sun is open, relaxed, thinking. If this is the kind of theatre you want, enjoy it. I don't mind. I have no particular agenda. I have no favorite film. You want to play that again and again? Enjoy it. That's awareness. Just like the mirror. The mirror doesn't mind. The mirror doesn't care because the mirror doesn't get scratched or marked or involved. The one who gets marked and involved is the movement of the energy of ourself. That is, a thought is impacted by another thought. Thoughts operate in the same domain, and so they crash into each other. Like adjectives and adverbs, they qualify and modify each other. They interact and weave patterns. But awareness itself is unscratchable, indestructible. It's called Vajra or Dorji. Means doesn't get cut up, doesn't get improved. You can't lose it, you can't find it. This is the essential difference. If you see that, then who is giving you a bad time? A thought. Who are you who is getting a bad thought? A thought. A thought is beating up a thought. Those of you, go to the headmaster's study at once. The thoughts are already gone. You can't catch them. It was an illusion. If you're inside the illusion, if you're trapped in it, and you take it as strongly real, it will be very unpleasant for you. Because when you're in it, that's all there is. That's the totality of your world. A finite experience has come to appear total and almost infinite. But actually, the finite experience is always within the infinity of openness.
Really embellished within the thought.
Yeah, thoughts keep embellishing each other, ceaselessly elaborating. But the domain that that's operating in is always simple and open. So this is might sound like a lot of theory, but it's really in the practice. And it's the same way, is to trust experience, not thought. So, for a final time, we'll do this 3R practice. Just sit in a relaxed way, opening our gaze into the space, imagining this letter R that represents the open mind of all the Buddhas, and we make the sound of R 3 times, opening ourselves into that space. Now, if you trust this, if you give yourself into that practice, that is what is occurring. We are also very likely to have a little meta-commentary running on top, because the ego is like a dog that likes to piss on every lamppost. So every every kind of experience you have, the ego is making some little comment and saying, I've got